What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Can Usher make any progress here? Another, or the single. The single leaves a ball. Oh yes, what a response. Oh wow, double 12. Oh, incredible. Oh, now he wants the ball. Oh, and he takes it. To break the throw here, may only need 3 as well, that's perfect. And another one for double 12. Another opportunity, not taken. Well, he wants the exact same checkout. Can he show him how it's done? That won't be easy. But he finds the double.
Hello, welcome along to the Modus Super Series, where it's the final day's worth of action in this Group A. It's Devon Peterson, the African warrior, that leads the way. 18 points to his name following the completion of 2 days play, and the African warrior looking to get the job done once Wednesday's action comes to a close. And all the action is going to be described in the company of the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver once again. And it's been an intriguing Group A. Devon and Graham perhaps the two standout players so far, but most players have had their moments as well, haven't they, this week?
Yeah, they have. And like you say, standout players at the moment. Robbie Long's coming up in the back. He had a solid day yesterday. Finished well as well. Chris had pretty solid, a bit on and off as well, but he didn't play as well as he would have liked. But yeah, it's all been pretty solid throughout.
Well, let's have a look at the table and see where the land lies going into the final day's worth of play. Devon Peterson leading the way, 18 points to his name, dropping just the 1 game over the course of the last couple of days. Graham Usher with 16 points. They're the top two. Are they realistically the two that are going to be battling out for that top spot today? Yeah,
I think so. And, you know, we're going to see who progresses as the 2 free days off then, if you like, and who progresses into Group B there, and see who joins him.
Well, let's talk about Devon Peterson. He is top of the table, 18 points to his name. In terms of yesterday, what really stood out for you about his play?
Yesterday, he got his scoring together very much so. You know, he's been renowned for his 180 hitting in previous times, and he was hitting them yesterday, and his finishing was as good as it was the day before as well. So he was very, very solid, and you know, improved on the day before.
Well, these numbers definitely back it up, the consistency of Devon Peterson over the course of the 2 days. Average of 87 over the course of both Monday and Tuesday, and 47% in terms of the finishing. And perhaps the key thing is you look at Monday and Tuesday, there's not really too much of a difference, is there? About a point in the averages, and the checkout numbers are absolutely sublime. Yeah,
absolutely. And his 180 hitting as well is, you know, he had 5 180s yesterday in comparison to 1 on the Monday. So, yeah, his scoring's definitely upped. And like I say, he's still consistent with the finishing.
In terms of Graham Usher, he's the player probably most realistically that can catch Devon in the group. In terms of the rest of the field, apart from Devon, he's made this group look really, really at home for him, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Devon loves this place, doesn't it? I think it's got a special place in his heart, and you know, it shows on that stage. He feels comfortable, you know, and he does well, and you know, he'll be wanting to go in today to not rest on his laurels, of course not. You know, Graham's only a couple of points behind him, and you know, that can change very quickly here. So you know, he'll be wanting to keep it going from yesterday, and if not, improve.
In terms of Robbie Long, he must be really pleased with the way that his debut week here at the Live Lounge is going.
Yeah, I spoke to Robbie earlier, and he is pleased. Spoke to him on Monday, and he was saying that he was pleased about how he finished on Monday. You know, his finishing was good, and which is not known for him apparently. So and yesterday he was solid with his scoring and he was solid with his finishing as well. So yeah, he's doing well, and I think he's looking forward to today.
Can you sometimes, in a new arena or somewhere different, find a level that perhaps you maybe don't find before? Perhaps, obviously, in your experience on the lake. So do you sometimes, when you play on the big stage, just find another level within yourself?
Yeah, I think it's all about being comfortable. You know, it's if you're comfortable and you're playing well, you'll enjoy it. If you're enjoying it, you'll play well. So it's like that catch-22 sort of thing. But yeah, venues can make a difference, you know, as to how you play. You do have your favourites.
Robbie can win this group, but he's a long shot, Trina.
Ha ha.
Whoever came up with that deserves the sack. 18-1 he is to win this group. Devon Peterson off 4-9 favourite. Usher 7-4. Not really any surprises, is there really, in the betting?
No, not really. The way things have gone, and but you know, Chris will be looking to have a steadier game today. Yesterday was a bit hit and miss, and you know, he had patches where he was scoring sublimely, and but yeah, he'll want to be more settled today.
It is 18+. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. Right, Devon Peterson is involved in our first game of the session. He takes on Robbie Long. And before the session gets underway, it's time for me to conduct another long interview. Robbie, great to see you here at the Super Series. How much have you enjoyed the first couple of days so far?
No, I have really enjoyed it. I just felt at ease on the stage and felt at home. It's a lovely throw, lovely setup, and done a lot better than I thought I was going to do, to be fair. But I just the practice room, they're good people in there, and I'm really enjoying it.
I was going to mention the performances. You must be really pleased, particularly with some of the darts you've put in over the last couple of days.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, my check-in has been brilliant, really. I'm averaging like 50% on most games, and I've had a couple of big checkouts, but like real crucial checkouts as well. Against Chris Quantock yesterday, against Graham Usher on Monday. It's like one dart, I done one, and I got it and won the games.
Let's get to know you a little bit better, because you're one of them players and one of them people that do a lot of things, not just for yourself, but you do a lot of things for others, don't you, away from the board?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I've been part of the JDC since 2017, and we continue to grow. Like, each year we're getting bigger and bigger, and I put a lot of time into it. But the team we got, like Steve, Darren, Jamie, like, we all work very hard to make it what it is, and the standards are unreal. And I love doing it, to be fair. It's got me to some nice places. Like, been to Germany, been to Holland, obviously Gibraltar. We're in Gibraltar every year, and there's places I never would have went. So just very privileged to be in the position I'm in.
Mind you, does that come also with a little bit of pressure? Because you know, if anything happens, you know the kids in the academy is going to clip it up, don't you?
No, 100%. Like, the me tripping over the hockey the other day, I've been sent that by God knows how many of the kids and the parents, and I think it's the most view clip of the week so far.
Well, I wish you all the very best for your endeavours. Robbie, good luck.
No worries. Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you.
Very much enjoying the experience, and I think the pupils at the academies are as well. Robbie Long in action in the first game of the session. He takes on Devon Peterson, who kicks off the day with 18 points to his name. Victory here will put him on to 20 and will pile the pressure upon Graham Usher just in behind. Peterson, the 38-year-old from Cape Town in South Africa, runner-up the last time he was here in Series 9. The African Warrior picked up the ADC Global title at the end of 2024. Up against the 37-year-old debutant, Robbie Long from Bristol, who qualified through the ADC Welsh Order of Merit. Debutant here, nicknamed Admin, because that is what he does for the Junior Darts Corporation. But he is swapped the computer for the darts in his hand, and computing all the scores is our referee for the day, Jack Garwood. He's in charge of all of the action, and he will bring this Group A to a close later on this afternoon. But it's going to be Devon Peterson to open up the Wednesday show here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Trina Gulliver's alongside me here in the commentary box, and for Devon, he'll be hoping it be as easy as 5 wins from 5. He safely makes it through, but we know it never quite works out as simple as that.
No, indeed. And, you know, he'll be wanting to
60.
Start today the way he did yesterday. And, you know, and if he does that, then he's going to take some beating.
the fact he's playing the first game, does it add that bit of pressure to Graham as you play Steve DeBuck in game 3 in the respect of he can open up a 4-point gap and he's putting that scoreboard pressure on Graham straight away?
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, he'll be looking for a good result here. And like you say, it will put that pressure on Graham. And you know, he's already got work to do anyway. So he's got to be on form.
55.
For Robbie Long, 6 points off Devon at the beginning of the day. So one in the group is realistically out of the picture. But what he can do is put himself in a position to get himself into Group B, which would be a good achievement for him in his debut week here at the Live Lounge, although the calibre of opposition doesn't get any easier in Group B with Paul Hogan, Jim McEwen and Andreas Harrison potentially awaiting if he does get there.
No, that's some group, isn't it? And it's, yeah, that's not going to be
Devon, you require
an easy task by any means.
We saw this one 6-1 yesterday from Chris Kontop, but Peterson was never going to threaten it, leaving himself on 32, setting up perfectly to take out the opening leg.
96. Devon, you require 32.
So double 16. Double 8 now for Devon to take the first leg. Takes it with the second dart and he's off the mark.
And a very assured start as well.
Second leg,
very focused and
first. Game on.
The early indications are that things still look in the right direction for Big Dev.
140.
But interestingly, for as well as Robbie Long has played in this Group A, he's only taken one leg off of Devon over the course of the last couple of days.
Yeah, and that was yesterday. I was talking to him as well. They had Graham and him had a 3-leg break. Graham come back afterwards and looked a little bit slow, you know, not on it kind of thing. And I think Robbie did the same. He said, "Yeah, I was sat about a little bit, and it's hard to get yourself motivated again then."
I suppose that's parts of the Super Series experience that you learn the more that you do playing it, because I suppose in tournament play, it's different, isn't it, compared to the round robin nature that we have here?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you do have that. It's all a learning curve. We learn all the time, you know, and it's how it helps you to behave.
140.
You know, having that little bit longer rest.
And
161. And that, so it's, you know, you have to take all that into account.
Well, once again, Peterson leaving himself on 161. This time 3 darts fewer than last time, but hasn't made the inroads that perhaps he would have liked. And so Long here, looking for the 120. Unable to get. And so Peterson's already taken out the 116 this week. He's looking to do so to open up a 2-0 lead and get the break.
Well, it can't be done now. So looking to set it up to see if he gets to return.
76. Robbie, you require
Robbie
6.
has to go at this 60. So 20 for tops to level the match. And he does so.
The second leg, Robbie Long.
His second dart. And it's all square.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first.
So one apiece in this contest. Apologies for the sound issues that we may have had at the beginning of this particular contest. They are now resolved, and hopefully you'll be able to enjoy the rest of the day's Tuxton action.
59.
But Devon not just sounding good, he's looking good as well, averaging in excess of 91 as we head into leg 3 of the contest.
100. 43. 140.
That's good darts there from Robbie.
63.
That looks like it's going to fall out. Grab it quick.
And suddenly, from Devon looking comfortable in leg one, Robbie Long, to his credit, is stuck with the South African and has
41.
opened up the potential of a break opportunity, but a slack visit there has perhaps given Peterson in his mind 6 starts from 204.
Well, he needs to find a big treble here to
37.
give
Robbie
him a
require
chance. It does leave a finish,
161.
but it's 161 for Robbie. Can't be done now.
41.
So Devon
Devon,
will
you
have a
require
go at this 167.
And if it goes, it will be the biggest finish of the week so far. But the treble 19's not gotten so long. Again, looking at
99.
120.
Robbie require
Had a look at this in the previous
120.
leg without getting, but he may have to find it here. Goes awry with dart 1, and so Peterson will be back for 68 to open up a 2-1 lead in this
Devon, you
contest.
require 68.
A loose start there from Devon. Double 8 then now. To take the third leg.
52.
And that's some way off,
Robbie,
to
you
be fair.
require 28.
So double 14 for Robbie to open up a 2-1 lead and to get the break of throw in this match.
Game shot on
Great
the
goal.
third leg. Robbie
Long
Long.
2-1 up. And Graham Usher will be sat up in the practice room, very happy with the way things are going so far.
Fourth leg.
Yes, a
it's
break of
Robbie
throw
to
there for
first.
Robbie.
Game on.
And Devon just in the background there, analysing his throw a little bit. A couple of wayward darts from him. Of course, Devon being analyses every part of his game, so
46.
so that's not unusual for him.
Pundit Peterson, even when he's at the hockey. It's something that we're seeing
100.
more and more from players at the back of the stage, analysing themselves. We see a lot of players now with the ghost throw, which predominantly started off
81.
with players from the Asian region, particularly Paul Lim, that started doing it. And now it's something that we've seen from players here at the Super Series, the likes of Darryl Pilgrim,
135.
Cam Crabtree's done it in the past. It's part and parcel, I suppose, of the modern players' makeup now.
Well, everybody's different, you know, and everybody will find their own path then, if you like, what works for them. There's no right or wrong in it,
100.
you know, it's just what works for you.
Got to do what's right by yourself. And whatever Robbie Long's doing here, it's going well. Devon's just dropped the one game so
60.
far in this
Robbie
group, but
requires
he could be on the
66.
cusp of just a second defeat, because Robbie Long here, looking at 66 to back the break up with a hold. And he's going to have a dart at double 16 to open up a
Game shot on
3-1
the
lead, and he
fourth
does.
leg. Robbie Long.
Solid performance this from Robbie Long. 3 out of 3 when it comes to the doubling. Average of 86.5, and he's 3-1
Fifth
to the
leg,
good
it's
against
Devon
Devon
to throw
Peterson.
first. Game on.
And this is part of the Peterson process. Because he's not overly happy with the throw. He wasn't overly happy with the way things were. He stepped back. He recomposed himself.
140.
Like I said, what works for you, you do it. As long as it's within the rules.
97.
Not liking that loose dart there, Devon. But recovers with
81.
his second dart.
I would say I'd have a conversation with Devon about his process, but the conversation would turn into a Devon monologue.
45.
He would explain it thoroughly.
Explaining that one thoroughly as well. Not happy,
41.
disgusted with that first start. And he'll know that for what was actually a decent start to the contest, he was a leg up and he looked good in leg 2, that
100.
he's let this game slip and he's let this game be dominated by Robbie Long as a result.
85.
You can tell he's not happy the way things are going at the moment. So Robbie looking to set this up. Leaves himself a 164.
154.
But 154 for Devon now. And it's on. Treble 18.
98. Robbie, you require 164.
Well, it's a long shot. And it's not going to be got for the match. And so Peterson's going to get a route back in. Looking
40.
at 56 to bring it back
Devon,
to
you require
3-2 and to
56.
force the admin to serve it out himself.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Devon Peterson.
Well, credit goes where credit's due. You can tell Devon Peterson is not overly pleased with his performance, but was given one
6th
chance to save
leg
the
is for
match,
Robbie
takes
to
the
throw
opportunity, and
Game
has
on.
forced his opponent here, Robbie Long, to serve the match out. We've spoken about what consequently it could do
100.
for Devon Peterson this defeat, but what it could do for Robbie Long this victory is temporarily put himself 4 points clear of Chris Quantock, who will take on Romeo
60.
Gerbevach in his first match. And if he can do that, he's put himself in an incredibly good position to take one of the Group B spots.
137. $100. $55. $95.
Well, I'd say Robbie is looking the more comfortable of the two up there at the moment.
134.
Devon's struggling to find that treble 20 and a few wayward darts and blockers. But manages to find that. How he got that through, I never know.
75.
But now he has to hope that Robbie Long doesn't take out this 75 for the match. A dart at tops to win it.
35.
And that's the first dart he's missed in
Devon,
a
you
double all
require
match.
106.
Well, it's a bullseye now to make it all square.
81.
Can't find it.
Robbie, you require
So Robbie a
40.
chance at tops.
To put pay to Devon Peterson's hopes and to put himself in an incredibly good
Game
position
shot
to
and
qualify
match.
for Group B.
Robbie Long.
A 4-2 win for Robbie Long to kick off the day, and for Devon Peterson, how costly could that defeat be? That man you pictured won just one leg against the South African in 2 matches prior to today, but he's picked up the full set of 4 to pick up 4 points against the man who prior to that game had lost just once this week. That the tail of the tape. Robbie Long, a 4-2 winner against Devon Peterson. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Chris Quantock for the first time today against Romeo Gerbevach. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Robbie Long got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. Match number 2 sees that man in your picture, Romeo Gerbevach, looking to finally kick into gear here at the Live Lounge report. So just one win from his 10 games so far. A man who won his week in his previous appearance, looking to follow up those exploits, but he's going to have to do it from a Group C position on Thursday and Friday up against Chris Quantock, the 33-year-old from York, former weekly winner. Begins the day with 10 points to his name. But unless he has a good day, he might find himself in Group C alongside Romeo Gerber, actually 30-year-old, who, like his hometown, has been split apart from the top of the group here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But he will be hoping that the second half of the week will yield more success than the first half. It looks like it's going to be a battle between him and Steve DeBuck as to who's going to finish bottom of the league table and who's going to avoid the wooden spoon. For Chris Quantock, he'll be hoping to get into a Group B position, but that has been made
40.
for darts even thrown for him today even harder because of that win for Robbie Long last time out. He's 4 points behind, but
58.
you were mentioning in punditry this morning that there's been good stuff from Chris, but maybe at points just been a little bit patchy for him.
55.
Yeah, and he openly admitted that himself. And yeah, so he'll be looking to make it a more solid day today.
85.
And see if he can pull out some good results.
Is there an element of free hit, but not an element of free hit
97.
in the respect of, yes, he wants to get into Group B, he wants to avoid the afternoon shift, but if he can find something in terms of a
58.
level that is a bit better, he may feel happy regardless of the end outcome.
Yeah, I think so. You know, at the end of the day, you've still got the rest of the week.
140.
You know, whether you'll be in Group B or C, you know, you've still got the opportunity. And although if you're in C, it doesn't. There's only 2 qualifiers that go through from C, whereas if you're in Group B, there's 3. So, but you look at Group B and you just think, look at the talent in there. You know, you're just thinking, do you really want to be in Group B? But you know, they're obviously out to do the best they can. And,
126.
so yeah, it'd be interesting.
You must be a victim of your own success in this group. The bullseye for Quantock.
91.
1-2-6. He
Romeo,
has
you
had a fair
require
few big uns this week. He had the 1-6-1 yesterday. He had the 1-2-1 on Monday.
65.
So he's looking at a skinny size 35 to take leg one of this contest. Double 16. 2-8 for the hold. Not got, so Gervach comes back.
Romeo, you require 80.
And a chance at 80. So another 20 for tops. Just reassesses. And finds
Games
it.
on the first leg.
It's a
Romeo
good
Gervach.
adjustment there. Taking his time. Takes the first leg of this match.
Second leg is Romeo to throw
Leg
first.
which Chris Quantock
Game
missed 3 darts at a double to win is one that he ends up losing. And for Romeo, we know how
59.
good a player he is, and how many times have we mentioned here that there's always a spoiler potentially in the group, and maybe that could be one of the things that Romeo looks at and thinks, that could be one of the goals of the day. If I can't win the group, well, I can't maybe get Group B. I'm going to ruin it for somebody
83.
else.
Well, he very nearly did yesterday. I mean, he had a great starter against Chris, actually. In his first game,
59.
started off with a near, in the first leg, a near 9 darter. When I say near 9 darter, it was 171,
85.
180, and missed the next treble, and went on to lose that leg.
44. 138.
Well, decent setup there for Romeo. Chris finds a 2 treble turn of his own to leave himself on a 2 darter. But Gerberac having a look at the 136 isn't going to get the 136, and so Korntok has a chance to break back.
116. Chris, you require 84.
Gets a treble 20, double 12, finds it,
on a second leg. Chris
levels the
Quantock.
match at 1-1.
And a 14 darter to boot for Quanny,
Third
who
leg. It's Chris
has had a bit of a
first.
quandary
Game
this
on.
morning. He's been wondering which set is the right set to use. He was practicing
83.
with one set early on this morning when he was on stage, and has decided to persevere with Old Faithful. We can have a look at that
100.
particular set that he uses now. The barrel looks very Nathan Aspinall-like.
100.
And it is actually a set of Nathan Aspinall's darts.
Long barrel, short stem.
136.
Well, both players kind of, even though Romeo's is a different kind of shape in terms of the groove, but both play with a similar type of setup.
140.
A slightly longer stem on
133.
Romeo's.
74. Romeo, you require 132.
So 132 for Romeo, and that bullseye was begging if the treble 19 was hit.
66.
Doesn't go, so
Chris, you
Quantock
require
104.
104.
Well, it can't be done now.
84.
So sets
Romeo,
it
you
up
require 66.
if he gets chance to come back. So Romeo with his 66 goes to the treble 14 there. Double 16.
50. Chris, you require
The failure
20.
to get gives Quantock an opportunity to get the first hold of throw in this match.
Gets
Double
on
10
the
goes,
third
and we
leg.
know
Chris
what the
Quantock.
law is when it comes to darts. If you're left-handed, you have to be good at double 10.
Fourth flag. It's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
It's just law. I don't know why it's law, it's just law.
I think you find, Henry, that you have to be good at all of the
80.
doubles.
That's also true.
99.
But Quantock into a 2-1 lead. Good quality contest. It's both players averaging mid-80s. It's
Six.
solid enough a start for the pair.
One hundred
Yeah, I was talking
and
to
forty.
Chris earlier as well. He had patches yesterday where his scoring was prolific. And
139.
then, you know, it would go off. And that's what he was saying. Yeah, not consistent enough.
140.
Took a bit of a risk there, did Chris? If he hit just the ton there, he would have left himself on a bogey. But I suppose that's irrelevant if you keep hitting the target you're going for.
140.
Kovac leaves himself on a
which
2
require
darter after 12. This being
122.
forced to go, and it's not going to.
$44. Romeo, you require 82.
So 82 for Romeo. Bullseye's the first target. Tops.
42. Chris, you require 78.
So this an opportunity to really put the game in the palm of his hands. Double top. 3-1
Gets on the
Quantock.
fourth flag. Chris
Gervac
Quantock.
missed an opportunity to bring it back to 2-2. Quantock won't waste his chance to go too clear. And he now
Fifth
has the
flag.
darts
It's
in his
Chris to throw
hand
first.
to complete a
Game
4-1 victory. And for Romeo, it's that same old sinking feeling.
100. $58.
Well, that took an unkind ricochet, but luckily for Kontok, it stayed in.
60.
Yeah, a little tap off the barrel there.
140.
This is what Chris was doing yesterday in Patch's heavy scoring.
100.
I mean, he's at his best. He may not be known as the most prolific 180 hitter, but what he can do is put enough two treble turns to constantly
57.
put your opponent under it.
Wow, a lovely 180 there for Romeo.
He
Leaving himself 61. So, chance to get another leg
Romeo, you
on
require
the board
61.
here. Double 18.
43. Chris, you require
He would have been
86.
disappointed because the guided dart one was so inviting. Quantop for the match. Double 16, two in hand. Very close to the wire. It's that close that it's awkward.
54.
Clips off the barrel but diverts the
Romeo,
wrong
you
side.
require 18.
So Romeo a chance at this double 9 now. Finds it.
Gets on the fifth leg.
And
Romeo
gets another leg on the
Gerberman.
board.
Brings it back to throw at 3-2.
Sixth leg.
Kontok
It's Romeo to
having
the
a couple of
first.
opportunities to seal
Game
it, unable to take it. And so Romeo throwing to take us all the way
96.
to a last leg decider in our second match of the session. It's just crept in
100.
the treble, but is unable to locate a second with dart 3.
108.
Really beginning to find his scoring boots now, Romeo Gerbervach.
Number 2 for Romeo.
60.
And this is how quickly this best of 7 can change the dynamic of a game, because Kontok looked in control at 3 when our pad darts to win it 4-1.
100.
Didn't take that chance. Romeo brought it back to 3-2, and now with a good leg here, it's looking to take us all the way.
100. Romeo, you require 125.
There's 60 now for tops. And he
Gang
takes
shot
it
on the
out.
sixth leg.
Levels
Romeo
the
Gerbervach.
score. And we have a deciding leg.
7 for
Well, how
final
cool was that
leg.
from the
It's
Croat?
Chris to throw first.
Gerbervach
Game on.
3-1 behind, forces a last leg decider, and potentially forces the hand of Chris Kontok here.
100.
Big last start there.
Seven.
What a time for your scoring to desert you. That was the key strength, the key pillar towards the Gerbervach comeback.
40.
Well, luckily for Romeo, Chris doesn't punish that score. So he's got off a little bit there.
140. $100. $94.
A nice cover shot there. Hitting that treble 18. As he
81.
covered the treble 20.
Well, Romeo needs a treble here. Finds a treble to leave
100.
himself first to a finish, but Kontok will feel like he can leave it much more handier. What he'd give for 140 about now. Has to be careful it doesn't catch. It doesn't.
140.
That's why he moved
Romeo,
across
you
to the
require
right-hand side.
160.
Gerbervach unable to take out the 160. But he's going to leave himself on a
Chris,
single to
you
double
require
unless
40.
Chris Kontok cannot take out tops. Double 10 for the match.
20.
Well, he's now had
Romeo, you
5
require
darts to win this
60.
contest.
The tops now for the match.
20.
And he can't find it either.
Chris, you require 20.
Couldn't believe it, could Romeo? He thought it was all over. Well, it is now, because Chris Kontok has sealed a 4-3 win against the Croatian ace. Kortok, well, he had to sweat for it. It took to his 7th match start to eventually cross the line, but he's picked up 2 points. He's not overly enamoured with his performance. There was stages of that game where things looked as if they were clicking together, but actually, if you look at the stats, Romeo Gervac had the higher average by about 5 points, had the best finish of the contest to 1-2-5, but it's Kortok who picks up the win. Graham Usher has the chance to move level on points to Devon Peterson after the break against Steve DeBuck.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Chris Quantock got the better of Romeo Gerbac by 4 legs to 3. Steve DeBuck and Graham Usher go head-to-head in Game 3 of the session at the Live Lounge in Port. So for Graham, his chances of winning the group has already been bolstered this morning before darts even been thrown, because Devon Peterson, the man at the top of the pile, has already been beaten on this Wednesday morning. He lost out 4-2 to Robbie Long in the opening match of the session. So a victory here will give him the opportunity to move level on points with Devon, although he wouldn't be able to overtake on legs difference as of yet. But then the pair of them, shall I say, will go head to head in Game 5 here at the Live Lounge. Maybe by the end of that one will we get a real good picture as to where land will lie for the pair. So it's Usher
First
against
leg,
the Buck.
it's Steve
It's
to
our
throw
third
first.
game of the session.
Game on.
And for Steve, he won his first game of the week, but from that point onwards, is still chasing that elusive win number 2.
$22.
Graham's openly said that he's a slow starter, so but he needs to make sure that he gets straight off the blocks here today to give him that chance of winning Group A.
83.
Although there is a real irony that Graham Usher has described himself as a slow starter.
95.
So you play a real rat-a-tat pace, will the gambler,
70.
But maybe not so much a morning person.
Well, when you're at the Modus Super Series, you have to be able to do shift work. Is basically the plan.
140. Steve,
as you go through to Groups B's and C's, the time change goes again. So you could be playing at 2 o'clock in the morning.
58.
So it's if you're in the B.
Got a plan for every eventuality when you're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
138.
Steve looking at 48 to
48.
take out the opening leg. He's going to look at double 16. 2 8s.
No score. Graham, you require
deflects
48.
there. Tops now. And he takes the first leg. Given the opportunity there by Steve DeBuck. Takes it.
Second
Plus
leg.
his cheeks because he knows he's got away with one there. But he will take that helping hand nonetheless.
59.
It's interesting you mentioned the fact that players have got to acclimatise to different times and different experiences. And a few weeks ago, we saw Danny Van Tripe play here at the Live Lounge.
60.
And he knew he was playing Group A, and then he dropped into Group B. And so what he instinctively did was he went to a local competition, played till about 11:30. But then when he got back to his hotel accommodation, he decided he would stay up for as long as he knows the Group B campaign will last, just to get his body ready for the conditions that the late night would have for him.
Yeah, that's a good plan. You know, it's like doing shift work. So, you know, there's no overtime paid here.
100.
What is overtime?
108.
I don't think it's in your contract, Henry.
What do you mean I don't get paid? I'm here just for the love of the game.
Steve, you require 81.
Steve looking at 81 to level up a 1 apiece. Been a good leg this, but he's missed out on an opportunity to go for the
Graham,
ball.
you require
Usher
17.
look at a double 8.
9.
But misses a couple of opportunities, so Steve comes back looking at tops.
Double 5 now. Takes it, and that's a breaker throw.
Steve DeBuck.
So scoreline 1-1.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, is it going to be one of them days where the chasing pack below the top 2 are going to cause them all sorts of problems?
60.
Because it was Robbie Long that made pay to Devon Peterson in match 1, and this looks like a much better version of Steve DeBuck in this opening match here against Graham Usher.
It certainly looks like it's going that way so far.
22. 100. 140.
Good darts thrown there by Steve.
123.
Almost matches it. Does Usher?
He's averaging 92.5 so far in this contest. Pretty much
95. Graham,
to the numbers that he put in yesterday. Averaged just under 93 for the session. His doubling was delightful as well, 45%.
94.
But It was the real power scoring which gave him opportunities. 10 180s across the course of the session, more than any other player in the group. And although he hasn't hit one of them in this game, constantly piling in big score after big score, has given himself an opportunity to break on tops. And he finds the tops. It's a 14 darter, Usher 2 and up, and he's looking to take control of the contest.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on. 140.
Well, that's a fifth 2 treble score for Graham in this contest so far. And you can see where the true difference lies, because Steve's been doing his damage in the run treble column, but Graham's just been able to find that extra treble, pick off that extra treble a visit more often than not.
81. $60.
Well, only 60 for Graham. Big score here for Steve. Would be welcomed.
100. 105.
That's good thinking there from Graham. Leaves himself the big fish.
100. Graham, you require 100.
So the fish is an offer for the gambler. But his cards were not dealt in the right direction, and so Steve will come back looking at 120 for what will be fourth consecutive break of throw in this contest. Tops for the Shanghai.
80.
Not to be on this occasion.
130. 105. Steve, you require 40.
Bullseye narrowly missed. Steve comes back for tops.
2-2.
4 legs, Steve 4 breaks. Can't separate this pair.
Fifth leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on. 100. 96. 100. 45. 60.
Well, Steve favourite for this leg. With the score in.
119.
Graham ticks off a nice score there.
Well, this leg up in the offing, this leg as you were. This game as you were.
45.
But is that the slip which allows Usher in?
41.
Well, he's not able to punish that score from Steve. I would have hoped to have done better.
41.
Steve can't find a treble himself. Does leave himself a finish, but it's a big one.
140. Steve, you require 155.
So 155 to move 3-2 up. Triple 19. Would have left the double, so Usher comes back for 60 to move himself to within a leg.
Graham, you require 60.
So tops now for Graham. Finds it with his second dart and moves ahead. 3-2 advantage.
Both having a chuckle about some of the incidents that have happened in this game. I get the sense that Graham is not overly pleased with the way he's playing, despite the fact he's averaging just under, well, just over 88. Pretty much picking off a treble per score by and large, with the exception of a couple of iffy ones in the previous leg.
60.
But this is a man that will always expect the very top level out of himself. But maybe as the finishing line is approaching, he's just beginning to find that.
140.
Steve here, in fairness, has played
36.
okay in this match, but Graham's just kind of found an extra gear, hasn't he, at every turn?
60.
Yeah, he seemed to have done just that.
$105.
Good thinking.
He's himself on 120 to win it.
60. Graham, you require 120.
So for Shanghai then. That's the 20. Oh, and that was laying perfectly as well
41.
for the treble to follow, but makes a bit of a mess of that in the end.
And so
52. Graham, you
it means
require
he may only get
79.
one double at the end of this. And he's still plotting his path. 20 for Tops. Tops for the match. Tops for the win. He only needed one dart to finish it off in the end. And Graham Usher shakes his head. He's not overly enamoured with the performance, but he knows how crucial those 2 points are, because it puts him level with Devon Peterson at the top of the table ahead of their clash in Game 5 of the session. The Gambler up and running, and he feels like he's got gears to go. Average just under 87.5. The doubling will be probably the strong point of his game. He'll feel in his mind 4 from 7 there. Coming up after the break is Robbie Long up against Chris Quantock. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've completed a round's worth of play here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Graham Usher got the better Steve de Buck by 4 legs to 2. That means that Graham is on 18 points alongside Devon Peterson on that mark following the end of the first round's worth of play. Match number 4 sees Robbie Long and Chris Quantock go head-to-head. For Robbie, he got a good win in his first round of fixtures, a 4-2 success against Devon Peterson. Quantock was also in the winners' enclosure, but perhaps he felt he made a little bit harder work of it than perhaps he should. He beat Romeo Gerberac 4-3, had led 3-1 in that contest, was forced to go the full 7, but managed to cross the line eventually.
140.
Robbie, you have to say, look, very impressive in that first match. Average of 85, scored okay, but it was the doubling, wasn't it? 4 from 6 on the outer ring, which was the major difference against Devon.
Yeah, that's what made the difference. And yeah, good strong start from Robbie. So we'll be hoping to carry that through to this game and onwards afterwards, of course.
97.
And this is a big game. We spoke about the race to win Group A, but this is a big match in terms of who's going to get into B or who's going to be loitered into C on Thursday and Friday. Robbie currently has a 2-point lead over Chris Quantock, and you feel like if he wins this game, he may have broken the back of that particular task because he'd be 4 points clear of his opponent with just 6 points left to play for.
81.
Yeah, and that's quite a big task to try and pull back. Can be done, of course, but you know, the pressure will be on then.
140.
The problem you've got is it's not just you doing your job, you then got to rely on other people to do favours for you, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly that. It all depends on
81.
what everybody else
Robbie
does
require
and leg
47.
difference and everything. So, yeah, there's lots of factors to take into consideration.
Game shot on the first
And that's
leg.
a nice
Robbie
double
Long.
16 there from Robbie to take the first leg.
And that doesn't help
Second
matters
leg, it's Chris to throw
for Chris
first.
Quantock, who
Game on.
very visibly wasn't too happy despite beating Romeo in his opening game. Missed 10 darts and a double in that contest against the Croatian.
100.
I just get the sense that he feels like there's still another gear to go, and there's still something that,
134.
in terms of levels, we've not seen from him yet this week.
$59.
Maybe he's the type of player, though, that when he does click, it could be a long way back for the
41.
rest. Well, that's how things look in play. Robbie Long, 16 points plus 2 in terms of legs difference. That'd be a 4-point gap to Chris Quantock in 4th position. The top 2
100.
go head-to-head in the 5th game of the session. And Quantock looking at 1-2-6 to
79.
level this game up at 1 apiece.
26.
He's got 6 from here, so it doesn't have to chase the bullseye. Which is why he went upstairs. As a consequence, will leave himself on tops upon his return.
This could do some damage, though.
108. Chris require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Chris Quantock.
No problem there for Chris. Takes the second leg. Evens the score.
Third leg.
Levels
It's
up.
Robbie to throw
1
first.
apiece.
Game on. $59. $51. $60.
Well, only a 60 there has opened up the door for Quantock in this leg.
81. $140.
Definitely a better level coming out of Robbie today. decent first performance, averaging in excess of 96 as we approach the midway point of this match. There were signs that he looked settled quite quickly on the live lounge stage, but it looks like now he really has made himself at home.
Yeah, he's looking settled.
43.
Well, is this a max? It is. Great maximum there from Chris.
$45. Chris, you require 149.
49 to a 2-1 to the good. He may feel like he's got 6 here, and he'll be hoping that he's got 6 here.
81. Robbie, you require 154.
To move into a 2-1 lead. Took out the 139 a couple of days ago, but he's not going to threaten this one.
96.
So Contoc for 2-1 and
Chris,
the break.
You require 68.
Tops then. And takes
on the
it.
third leg, Chris Quantock.
2-1 to Chris.
He's got the break. And after
Fourth
what looked like a promising start for Robbie Long, Quantock has got his nose in front. And now it's Chris Quantock who moves into third position.
108.
And it's Connie who's opening free of this leg. A perfect.
This is when he's scoring. It's taken control yesterday. He's open it. Oh, well, that's a disappointing dart, but
41.
Be disappointed with that reply to his previous 3.
78.
That's a good last start from Robbie.
$134.
Well, that 134 leaves Quantock on a finish to open up a 2-leg gap in this contest. And for Robbie Long, what was a very encouraging start is just beginning to slip away in the opposite direction. Quantock really pressing here. Really probing Robbie Long.
42.
Forcing the issue, but he feel like that might be a little bit of a slip. Doesn't leave himself on a 2-darter after that turn.
97. Chris, you require 104.
So 104 now for Chris. Wow, what a shot.
Fourth leg, Chris
what
Quantock.
A shot. Chris Quantock takes that leg and moves into a 3-1 lead.
For Robbie to throw first. Game on.
104 is taken, and he really has taken control of this match now as Chris Quantock. Not a dart missed and a double so far in this
85.
contest. It's been the consistency of Chris's scoring which has been the real difference. Robbie's had more 2 treble turns, but the things wrapped around he might perhaps be a little bit disappointed with.
Well, both averaging a 92
100
at the moment, so shows the quality of the darts.
41.
Like you say, Henry, that 100% checkout at the moment's looking good.
There's a real solidity about this contest, and Robbie Long is looking to extend it. That's his 2nd max of the match. But Quantock looking for a 3rd. That's unlucky. Pierce through the first 2.
55.
And then diverts out. And so Long for 14 darter potentially.
15.
Don't bend the wire, but Quantock's got a match-winning chance here.
101. 89. Robbie, you require 4.
Double 12 doesn't go, and so Long will come back looking at Tots to bring it back to 3-2. Double 10. 1 left. Doesn't go. Quantock back 3 in hand at double 6
12.
to wrap up a 4-1 victory and to overtake Robbie Long in the group. It's been a positive start for Chris Quantock to day 3 of the live lounge. 2 wins from 2. And he now takes control of the battle to be in Group B. Robbie Long, he's undone the good work of getting rid of Devon Peterson in Game 1 with that defeat. And for Chris Quantock, well, he now has a hefty advantage. He might be level on points, but he's got a 12-leg swing on legs difference now. Coming up after the break, a big game at the top of the group as Graham Usher takes on Devon Peterson. The winner will go 2 points clear. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Chris Quantock took charge of the race of Group B of a 4-1 victory over Robbie Long. But this the game which perhaps could be the decisive factor in who wins Group A, as Graham Usher and Devon Peterson go head-to-head. Both go into this game with 18 points on the board. It's Devon with a 4-leg lead in terms of legs difference, so it's he who goes into this one at the summit of this group. But the winner of this one will have a 2-point lead with 3 rounds of fixtures left to go. It could well be the game which determines who goes on to top the pile at the end of the day. And particularly with the timing of this fixture,
First leg, it's Graham to the very first.
the winner of it
Game
a
on.
leg up going into the second half of the day. Graham Usher limbering up, ready for battle. And for Graham,
85.
this is the only opponent which has got his number this week, Devon Peterson.
Yeah, the only one that he's lost against.
100.
So I'll be looking to square that up.
It was interesting you were mentioning on Monday that potentially this could be the head-to-head, which could be the decisive factor of the group. But if Devon can complete a clean sweep against the Gambler, it could end up being the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, time will tell.
41.
But like we said earlier as well, it does all depend on the rest of the games as well as to, you know, how they both perform against the other players.
140.
You can't then be backed up, can you, in the fact of whoever beats whoever in this game, oh, I've got that particular job done, or then it should be a clean sweep for the rest of the game, because you can easily get wrapped up in that mentality and get caught out as a result.
Yeah, they can't take the gas off at all. You know, they've got to keep on it and make sure that every opportunity they get, they take.
Well, it's Graham potentially with the opportunity to win leg one. It's been quite scrappy, if the truth be told, in terms of the scoring stakes for this pair.
83. Devon, you require
just left himself on a 2 data, and he is hopeful that Peterson doesn't take out the 141, but that is begging for another. Double 12 for the 144.
120.
Just clipped above the wire.
Graham, you require 92.
So close, so gives Graham a chance at this 92. And 72 left.
52.
Okay, went for the double
Devon, you
16 there to
require
leave himself
24.
tops.
Well, Devon Peterson didn't find double 12 his previous visit, but almost hit Jack Garwood's foot. And he's got a foothold in this match with a break.
Peterson.
Because ironically, what almost happened to Jack Garwood's foot?
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
But Peterson taking the opener and taking the impetus by getting the break.
140.
Yes, a good start from Devon.
100.
They both know how important this game is
60.
between them.
$123.
And I'm sure Graham, having been beaten by Devon in the previous days, will want to be getting his own back.
I say revenge is a dish best served cold, and this would be a cold, bitter pill for Peterson to swallow if he was to lose this particular contest. But he's looking good here, isn't he, the South African? Struggled at times against Robbie Long, but it just looks like he's rediscovering his mojo a little bit here.
He looks a bit more focused in this match than he did in the previous.
44. Devon, you require
Doesn't look so troubled.
120.
It's almost a feel of knockout about this game. Has to move across. Tots, but there's a lot of tungsten in the way of this.
100.
Wouldn't have had a good view of it. Unable to find it, but he does have time.
98. Devon, you require 20.
So double 10 now for Devon to take a 2-0 lead. Unfortunate bounce out. Can't find it.
Graham, you require 76.
And has a word with himself.
More than a word.
36.
But he's been
Devon,
given
you
more than a
require
let off
20.
there. Free pass for 3 more to open up a 2-leg lead. One left.
10.
Doesn't go, and he knows
Graham,
that's a
you
big
require
opportunity.
40.
He's passed by. Usher looking at tops, and now double 10 to square up. Double 6 leads double 4. He's
32.
unable to get that either.
Devon, you require 10.
Well, another chance for Devon. Double 5. Finds it with his third dart.
Devon Peterson.
I have to say, probably a bit lucky in that leg.
Third leg,
does
it's
take
Graham
a
to throw
2-0 lead.
first. Game on.
Frustrated with himself, but It's one of those scenarios, even though you've won the leg, you have to very quickly brush aside the frustration of missing so many darts at a double.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to wipe that away and just get on with the next leg and focus on the
140.
the next game forward.
Easier said than done.
Very much so.
43.
Well, Devon's got off to a good start here against the Usher darts. The problem the rest of the field have got is if Devon finds that dexterity on the treble 20 again,
54.
he's going to be a formidable force.
100. $41.
A few wayward darts for both players in this match.
45.
Both feeling the pinch of this big match.
$42.
Again, we hear Devon yell out his name in frustration.
100.
It's not been anywhere near Eva's best in this game. And again, we see Devon just readjust. Not comfortable with the way the dart laid in the hand. And he won't be happy with the visit either.
Graham, you require 113.
A chance here for Graham. To tops. To get a leg on the
Edge
board.
Third leg, Graham Usher.
Takes it with his third dart and trails by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, it's Devon to the
I would
first.
say,
Game
of
on.
all the players that we've ever had in this building, and there's been a lot, there's not many players that you would expect a shot like
140.
that to be more likely to be taken than Graham Usher to take it.
100.
Got this ability of plucking out mid-range finishes like that from out the fire when he needs it.
83.
It's not a bad quality to have.
I'd take it every time.
85.
And the thing is, sometimes we talk about all the flashy elements of the game, but sometimes it's that ability of needing just to take something out mid-range. You're under a little bit of pressure, your opponent's coming back at something, which sometimes can just bail you out of a match.
Yeah, it's the ability to nick
60.
things, really. That's, you know, given that slightest opportunity and having the ability to just... It's all about timing.
Timing's everything, right?
140.
And Peterson's timing this leg well. Leaving himself on a double after 12.
140.
And he's going to be forced
Devon,
into
you
taking out the
require
double
38.
19 by going straight for it. Because that's the 116, there'll be no floating temptations to split. And now he has to shuffle across. Doesn't
score.
get. We saw Usher take out the 113. Can he
require
take out the
116.
116?
Let's see. Well, it's a good start. Tops then. And he
Edge
does.
on the fourth leg.
Well, so
Graham
some
Usher.
great finishing there from Graham. And levels the match at 2 legs apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Graham to the row first.
Well, Devon Peterson
on.
shook his head because he expected that to go. He's had opportunities here to get the game done and
100.
dusted. He's missed 15 darts at a double all told in this match.
100.
Interesting, we're speaking this morning to Graham, and he's the only player in the Super Series or then the Live League who
43.
ever had 4-ton plus checkouts in a match. Well, he's halfway towards doing that again, potentially.
96. 93.
Devon does well there to find the treble 18 with his last start.
60.
throwing underneath that treble again. Seems to be thrown a bit short.
57. Graham, you require 145.
And he could be short of time before too long because, as you remember, trailed 2-0 in this match. He's looking to open up a 3-2 lead, and guess what? It's another 100-team finish.
60. Graham, you require 119. $54.
Well,
Devon,
not
you
quite in the
require
treble 20 there.
148.
So a shot now. Finds it, so double 14. What a shot there from Devon Peterson. To go 3 legs to 2 up.
3 consecutive tub plus checkouts, 2 for Graham Usher, and the biggest of the lot there, the 1 for 8 for Devon Peterson to take control of the match once more. He leads 3-2, he has the darts in his hand to open up a 2-point gap at 62. The top of the Group A table. And a 2-point gap will feel like a massive cushion with just 3 games to go. And particularly with the clientele that the pair have to play. They both have to take on the bottom place player in Romeo Gerbevach. Graham's already played Steve de Buck. Devon has to play him as well. But also both have to take on Chris Kontok. So they both definitely have a tricky game, and they both have a game against one of the players struggling down the bottom end of the group.
53. $100. $59. $96.
Devon needs a couple of trebles here to give himself a shot.
140. Graham, you
and he
require
does so.
99.
99 for Graham. Goes for tops, but 59. Fails to score with his second dart.
Require 144.
Does leave tops, but can Devon take out this 144 again?
Would have been for the match. Doesn't go this time, and so Usher's going to get 3 in his hand to take us all the way to our last leg decider, and we are going to go the distance. Been a good quality contest, this. It's come up to the boil anyway, at least until
from final leg.
the final stages of it. And Graham was straight to the hockey. Didn't even allow Jack Garwood time to even call who was throwing first in this last leg.
60.
Well, a great start there from Graham. Can you back it up with something decent?
60.
Well, only a 60. There's that low dart again from Devon.
100.
Manages to find the treble with his last dart. How he got through there, I'll never know.
100.
But Graham Usher's beginning to put them afterburners on, isn't he? On a finish after 9, Peterson could have only left one himself. He hit a max there.
100. Graham, you require 160.
Visit behind is Devon. And so Graham here has got the luxury of 6 on this 161. Comes up dry. Just slightly opens up the door, but Usher's already taken out 116 in this game.
Could be his lucky omen.
81. Graham, you require 116.
Well, can't be done now.
43. Devon, you require 106.
Well, if he takes this, this would be some way to salvage the situation, but it's not going to go the 160. But what he is going to do, or at least he was hoping to leave himself in a handy suit. The diversion makes the return a bit harder if he gets a return, because Usher's going to get a match dart at top. Doesn't take it.
Devon, you require
and so Peterson here to move 2 points clear. Once again at the top of the group and to have full control, is going to get 1 dart in his hand, a double top. But he can't dispatch it.
Graham, you
much frustration.
20. Game shot.
And Graham
and the
Usher
match. Graham Usher.
finds the double 10, and it is he who takes control of Group A. Both players had the chance to win it, but it is the gambler who played his cards right in the end. 2 top plus checkout to him. Really did change the game after Devon Peterson had worked his way into a lead. Usher beats Peterson by 4 legs to 3. Romeo Gerbevach takes on Steve DeBuck after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Graham Usher got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 3. 2 ton plus checkouts en route to that success, and it means the gambler has moved on to 20 points and he opens up a 2-point gap at the top of the table. Next up for us, it's Romeo Gerbevach up against Steve DeBuck, a meeting between the 2 players at the bottom of the table, both with 2 points to their name, the 1 win apiece against one another over the course of
First
the
leg, it's Romeo to throw first.
2 days. The winner of this
Game
one
on.
will move on to 4 points. Will move a couple clear of their opponent and will get themselves a couple of points away from the wooden
hard
spoon
draw.
positions in this Group A. You feel like for both of these players, it's just
29.
about trying to find the confidence of getting a victory somewhere, you sense.
Yeah, this is their chance of
137.
their best chance then, if you like, of getting a victory. in comparison to all the other games. No disrespect
45.
there, but so they'll be looking to do well in this, both of them.
94.
And because both players will maybe know that for a fact, is there a potential that it could be a little bit edgy because you can almost try too hard?
70. Romeo,
I guess so. Yeah, you can. You know, because
170.
you're almost expecting it of yourself, then, if you like, and you know that can put the pressure on.
90.
I don't know if there's any pressure on Romeo in this first leg. He's got out quick, left himself on 80 after just a dozen
100.
darts.
Romeo, you
And he's
require
going to get 6
80.
on this point to open up a 1-0 lead. But he's missed the big number.
40.
But luckily for him, it's not going to be a mistake that's going to be instantaneously punished.
Well, it looked like he went for tops there.
140. Romeo, you
Steve
require
puts the pressure
40.
on. Double 10.
Game
Takes
shot on the
it
first
with a
leg.
second
Romeo
dart.
Gerbovac.
And gets a leg on the board.
Gets the first chalk. To
Second
the
leg.
Croat.
It's Steve to throw first. Game on. $131. 100.
I
39.
think both players now will be happy to hit the reset tomorrow morning, go again, 0 points, and pretty much
41.
almost forget what's happening in Group A and just start afresh.
Well, I think they have to be fair. You know, they've got good. The way they've got to look at it is that they've got good practice in this week.
57.
They've kept their arm flowing, and you know, it's start afresh.
Of course, there's 3 players this week that haven't played a game
6.
yet, so we don't even know what kind of form they're in.
Exactly that. And if them players been practicing at home,
82.
who knows?
We will find out as time moves forward. The situation for the rest of the week in terms of the groupings are as follows. Group C will see the introduction of Johnny Haynes, James Wilson and Richard
100.
McKee, whilst Group B will see 2 former champions enter the fray. Jim McEwen and Andreas Harrison, fresh on the back of his double trouble success
65.
alongside
Steve
Paul
require
Hogan.
92.
But Steve here, 6 darts on 92 to level back up at 1 apiece. He's going to leave himself
52.
on tops upon his return.
$63. Steve require 40.
Double turn now.
Game
Takes
shot
it.
on the second leg.
Levels
Steve
up the
DeBuck.
match.
1 apiece.
Third leg. It's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
All going with throw at the moment.
45.
I was just thinking, if this week has been quick so far, wait till Johnny Haynes is introduced into the action, because he takes no time at all to
100.
get going. If you think Graham Usher's quick, Johnny Haynes is on a similar Richter scale in terms of pace.
96.
That'll keep us all on our toes.
And one thing you'll always get with Johnny Haynes as well is he's got
140.
the same set of darts he's always used throughout the course of his career. So you'll see him chalk them up. Got smooth barrel grip, and he will chalk them up to give himself the best grip possible.
60.
So the board will be peppered with chalk then.
Absolutely. The main man from Swindon will be here
100.
tomorrow, as will the jammy dodger from Yorkshire.
85.
Steve
Steve
looking to
require
turn this game on its head. He
161.
trailed 1-0. Romeo got out of the gate quickly, but hasn't been able to back up what was a promising first leg.
42. $96. Steve require 119.
Well, it's level pegging. So 60 now for tops to take the third leg, and he
Game
finds
shot on
it.
the third leg. Steve DeBuck.
119 out there by Steve DeBuck.
Full flag. It's Steve to
You
throw
cannot
first.
say we have not been
Game
treated to a frenzy of ton plus finishing. In fact, 5 of the 6 players have hit a ton plus checkout today.
100.
The only one not to have done so is Bobby Long.
He's still got time.
140.
Of course, a few more matches to come yet. Here on Pluto TV.
60.
And don't forget as well that on top of the live action, plenty else happening.
96.
Of course, Pluto TV, you can keep up to date with everything else that's happening. There's documentary series, other such goodies available
60.
to you. Stream now, pay never on the Pluto TV app.
105. Romeo,
So
you
Romeo,
require
6 starts here for
106.
160 to level this game back up at 2-2.
63.
Steve looking to put pressure on this shot.
123.
And he does
Romeo,
so.
you require
Can
97.
Romeo take out this 97? It's still on. Needed the treble 18 there, but was quite a way away.
46. Check 36. Steve, you require 58.
So to open up a 2-leg gap, double top. He's
38.
not got.
Romeo, you
And so
require
Romeo's got an
61.
opportunity here to level up at 2-2. We'll look at the 25 to leave himself double 18. Inviting, but cannot
43.
utilise.
Steve, you require 20.
So a chance for Steve. Double 10. Moves across. Finds it with his
on the
third
fourth
dart,
leg.
and that's a
Steve
great
the
dart there. 3-1 up.
Wrestles the game back in his direction.
Fifth leg. It's Romeo to throw first. Game on.
Romeo throwing to stay into the contest. Govac, who actually made his name at the World Cup of Darts last
100.
year, was partnered with Boris Kirchmar, was the number 13 seed for the tournament. They won their group by winning both games, beat Malaysia
100.
4-0 and Canada by 4 legs to 2. So qualified quite comfortably through Group I. But the standout game was when they
100.
dislodged Wales, the number 2 seed, Goen Price and Jim Williams, the pairing there, by 8 legs to 6. They'd make it through to the quarterfinals on the final day.
41.
But they'd lose out, shall I say, to the eventual runners-up in Austria by 8 legs to 7. Croatia actually had the higher average by about
60.
6 points, but would go out heartbreakingly in a last leg decider. Austria, who'd go on to lose to England in that final, then with Luke Littler and Luke
81.
Humphries as the pairing for England, there's a very strong chance they could go and win it again.
Well, there's every opportunity. They're two
100.
fantastic players and both playing exceptionally well at the moment.
It's singles play here for Romeo,
140. Romeo,
who
you
hasn't
require
got big bad Boris to
141.
bail him out.
105. Steve, you require 139.
He's himself on a double unless the 139 goes. It's not going to, so Romeo to extend this contest.
59. Romeo, you require 36.
So double 18 for Romeo. Finds
Gates
it
on the fifth leg.
with his
Romeo
first dart
Govac.
and gets his second leg of the
Sixth
match.
leg. It's Steve to throw first.
And perhaps a relief as well that he's finally found that double 18, which has just been plaguing him all day.
46.
A bit of a confidence booster there. Let's see if he can back it up.
98.
Well, we've seen a lot of games, haven't we, today, which have had a few more ebbs and flows than perhaps some of the contests that we saw earlier on in the week. So a lot of one-sided games. Particularly on Monday, there was a lot of 4-0s and a lot of 4-1s. But so far today,
123.
out of the 6 games that we've seen, obviously this being game 6, only one of them's gone less than 6 legs.
Yeah, it's a bit more balanced today.
100.
We're all finding their feet and, you know, feeling a little more comfortable up there.
123.
Oh, they're all getting tired.
Well, it's certainly met in the middle a lot better today. And
Romeo, you
going back
require
here, looking to send us to
157.
what will be a third last leg decider in just 6 games. But the 157 is going to go. But he has left himself on a 2-darter after 12 to take us the distance.
60. Romeo, you require 98.
So 98. 18s is the shot. Double 12.
On the 6th leg. Romeo
And we go
Gerber
to a
back.
decider.
How clean was that?
7th
Romeo
and final
Gerber
leg.
match.
It's Romeo to throw
And
first.
we go all the way to a last
Game on.
leg decider. Winner of this one will move on to 4 points. They will move off the foot of the table. And perhaps will give
96.
themselves a good chance of avoiding the wooden spoon in Group A.
$100. 60. 100.
Couple of tons, steady start for Steve. But Romeo looking to find that higher scoring power.
128. 140.
It's a good leg here by Steve.
100.
2 tons
Steve
and a
require
140.
161.
So 161 won't go this time, but looking to leave it
99.
handy, which he does.
Romeo, you require 117.
Romeo for this 117. It's on. So tops now for the match.
97.
Can't be found.
Steve, you require 62.
Whisker weight. And it might be the only chance he gets to win this contest because Steve's going to have 2 in his hand at double 16. Now double 8. Doesn't
46.
go. Kovac comes back
Romeo,
for
you
3 more.
require 20.
Double 5 then. Oh, that's way off.
No score. Steve, you require 16.
So here comes Steve now for double 8.
Good
For
shot
the
and
match.
the match.
Takes it with his
Steve
first
DeBuck.
start and a 4-3 victory there by Steve DeBuck against Romeo Garbavach. 82.51 for Romeo, 80.82 for Steve. And 119 outshot by Steve with a 98 from Romeo. Coming up next, Robbie Long and Graham Usher.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Steve DeBuck got the better of Romeo Gerpavach by 4 legs to 3. That rounded off the second round of fixtures, where Graham Usher in the big game at the top got the better of Devon Peterson 4-3, and Chris Quantop in the race for Group B got the better of Robbie Long by 4-1 score. And this is how the table looks then. Going into round 3 of the day, Graham Usher has a 2-point lead over Devon Peterson at the top. Chris Quantock and Robbie Long both on 14, but Quantock's got a big, healthy lead in terms of the legs difference there. And it is Robbie Long who's in action here, taking on Graham Usher, who temporarily can move 4 clear of Devon Peterson at the top of the league standings. For Graham, he beat Devon Peterson, helped in part by 2 ton-plus checkouts in back-to-back legs to put himself in control of that match. Devon then did pave a bit of a comeback charge, but it was the gambler who in the final leg of the match held firm to win
Robbie to throw first.
4-3.
Game on.
Final practice darts of his right hand. He is ambidextrous, is the gambler.
59.
Looking for a W against Robbie.
Is that so you can cheat at cards?
Ooh,
Ambidextrous.
108.
I didn't think of it that way.
Well, I don't know. I don't play it. So, just wondering.
Well, if you're hoping to roll the dice and roll the dice
134.
nice in this particular match.
Seven.
Well, poor visit there from Graham. I'm sure he's chuffed to bits with that.
Is that one we put down to inconsistency, Max followed by a 7?
I don't know what you put that down to. It's just... It's not an happy place to be anyway.
68.
But that's a great reply there by Robbie Long.
64.
So are my
Robbie
darts, that
require
180 followed by 7.
100.
All jokes aside, it's given Robbie Long. He's had a good first leg here, leaving tops after 12. A little bit of room to manoeuvre. Remember, he has already beaten a player who began a game at the top of the group. Devon Peterson was dislodged in game 1 of the day by Robbie. And that first leg dispatched there in 14.
Yeah, great start
Second
there
leg,
from
it's Graham to the row first.
Robbie.
Game on.
Bit hit and miss from Graham
60.
in that leg.
And quite literally hit and miss as well from his perspective.
100. 100. 40.
And Max coming in.
180.
So that's 2 in this game from Graham.
And we'll be hoping to follow up better this
100.
time
Graham, you
compared to the
require
last one he hit in this
161.
match. Well, this would be quite the conversion. Doesn't have to go for the ball. But he went for it and almost got.
136.
Well, I guess he was thinking, might as well go for it. Got plenty of time to put it right.
140. Graham, you
If
require
it doesn't go, so 25 now. 9 for double 8 to take the second leg.
17. Robbie, you require
Doesn't manage it, so
121.
Robbie's got the chance at this 1-2-1.
Show 17. Doesn't go, and so Usher will be back. Looking at 2-8.
Graham, you
To
require
square
8.
up at 1 apiece.
Game
And
shot on the
square up he
second leg.
will.
Graham Usher.
And he'll feel like normal service has resumed, that order's been restored.
Third leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Wake up, Graham. You look half asleep.
61.
He plays the game, doesn't he, in such a relaxed tone.
He is so relaxed.
140.
He's got a lovely relaxed throw as well, and makes it look so easy.
140.
It's just so natural, isn't it?
125.
Were you somebody that just naturally found the throw that was right for you, or was it something that you had to kind of work on a little bit to get right?
I naturally found it, really. It's I think most players naturally find it. It's just, you know, the way you hold the dart is down to the individual. There's better ways at standing at the oche, you know, be there solidly. You know, some people rock on the oche, like Anderson, John Anderson.
Graham, you require 96.
Everybody is different.
And for Graham, it just works for him. This relaxed motion, the laissez-faire way in which he throws the darts.
66.
And he's left himself at a double after
Robbie
12,
require
unless
115.
Robbie Long can find 115. He's the only player without a double plus checkout so far today, and that's going to continue.
47. Graham, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg.
13
Graham
darter,
Usher.
double 16 goes, and Graham Usher here is just beginning to go up through the gears. Brought his average up to
Flag
around
is
the
Graham to the
99
row
mark.
first. Game on. 135.
Great start to the leg. There from Graham.
100.
And a steady start there from Robbie too.
Yeah, these two are throwing good stuff at one another.
140.
But Usher's just beginning to find a few more haymakers than his opponent.
123.
And I think the pace of both players has helped as well. Both get on with it, and both players' stars are really making a good fight here.
Yeah, it suits, doesn't it? And, you know, if you're playing against a player that's got a similar rhythm to you, then it can help your game.
58. Graham, you require 130.
Well, certainly doing Graham Usher all sorts of favours, who's not going to convert the 132 this time, but he has got 6 darts from here.
24.
He's made a bit of a hash of the setup turn.
$60. Graham, you require 108.
Trouble 19. And with 6 darts in his hand from 132, he hasn't even had a poke at anything. Okay, Robbie's a long
40.
way back.
Robbie, you require 160.
But if he takes this, Graham Usher will be seasick.
Finds the treble with his last dart, and that's important
68.
to put the pressure on this 68. It's a 67 now. Double 8. Finds it.
Full flag. Graham
Goes
Usher.
3 legs to 1 up.
Well, he only had 1 dart, but he only
Fifth flag
needed
is
1
Robbie to the row
dart to open
first.
up a 2-leg gap
Game
in
on.
this contest. He actually put his hand up by way of apology. I suppose it doesn't
60.
matter how, as long as you do.
$100. $100.
Averages at the moment. Robbie's on a 92 and Graham on a 94.
100.
So top darts here by both players.
Well, Robbie knew he had
59.
to raise his game to stand a chance against Graham. He has. The only problem is, so is his opponent.
21.
But that's an opportunity he can seize upon.
$97.
Finds a treble with the last dart. Leaves himself in a handy position, but what's Graham going to do from here?
43.
Right, so Robbie here's got 6 darts at 185 to bring it back to 3-2 and just kind of tap Graham on the shoulder a little bit.
60. 140.
Well, puts the pressure
Robbie
on
require
there
125.
with that shot. So, okay, 60 for ball. He was going there, but 90 left.
53.
72 left
Graham, you
if he
require
returns.
97.
To tops now for the
Extra
victory.
and the match.
And that's a
Graham
4-1 result in favour of Graham Usher. A 92.96 from Graham, 88.87 from Robbie. 2 180s for Graham in that match with a 97 finish. So coming up next, Chris Quantock and Steve DeBeck.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge in Porto when the live darts is done. Plenty of features for you, including that of Fallon Sherrick. You'll get to hear from her and the story of up next. And then a Tungsten Talk with Ted Evans talking about that infamous game back in 2019. The live darts will then resume tomorrow afternoon for 1 o'clock, and then it'll all culminate on Saturday from 7:30. Right, let's get back into the crux of the live action here. Chris Quantock and Steve DeBuck going head-to-head in Game 8 of the day. For Quantock, well, he put himself really back into situ, didn't he, when he beat Robbie Long by 4-1 in match ball. That's the last time we've seen him. It's been a while between games for Quanny. He takes on Steve, who picked up his second win of the group and his second win against Romeo Gerbovac last time out. It's the middle match of the session, game 8 of the day.
Game on.
And for Chris Quantock, having seen Robbie Long be defeated by Graham Usher before the break, he will feel like he's got a great opportunity now to be 2 points clear, plus with a very healthy lead in terms of legs difference to really take control of that final Group B spot.
45. $140.
There were signs last time out that Chris Quantock was beginning to find a good level.
108.
Steve hitting the game's first max.
83.
There's just perhaps signs that Chris is just beginning to move in the right direction here.
Well, he started off solid.
140. $96. Steve, you require 136.
So 136 now for Steve. Can't be done this time.
24.
That's a poor visit, really, there from Steve. 85. So 85 for Chris. Well, went for the treble 20.
73. Steve, you require 112.
So 112 for Steve. Looking at the treble 20, isn't going to get. And so Quantock
60.
will return, looking at double 6 to take out the opening leg. And the double 6 does go. A solid start for Chris Quantock to this particular match.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Head down and eyes on the prize, it looks like, from Connie.
140. $5.
Ignore everything I just said there, Trina.
Commentator's curse, Henry. Commentator's curse.
123.
Well, Steve DeBuck's been scoring well in these. In the last leg and in this leg.
58.
So
100.
let's put him all in good stead for the rest of the week.
A much better leg this from Steve.
96. Steve, you require 138.
A level up at 1-1. Isn't going to go this time, but he's got a plethora of time to take out the 138 and therefrom. So he leaves himself on 52 after 12.
140. Steve, you require 52. 20.
Well, I wasn't sure what he's doing there, but he will be back.
26.
Well, luckily for him,
Steve,
Chris Quantock's making
32.
no inroads at all. 15 darts thrown. He's not on a finish. Steve moves over.
Game shot on
and
the
finds
second leg.
and fires
Steve
home the double 16 to level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Yeah, Steve did take a short glance over at the scoreboard there before he threw his last dart.
108.
Well, that's a good start to the leg for Chris.
41. 91.
Picks up a treble with the last dart.
57. 44. 96.
Well, a better leg here for Chris. Looking to set this up nicely, and he does.
34.
Steve way back on 307.
Well, for Chris Quantock, it was a very quiet
100.
second
Chris
leg,
require
but the two
52.
either side of it, the two sandwiched either side, have been very promising. That's a
Game shot on the
14
third
darter.
leg, Chris
And he
Quantock.
puts his nose in front again at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $45.
And Chris is one of those players that you don't really see give much away. He's quick fire, he
96.
gets up, he gets on with it. There's not many frills, not many spills. He just does his job and he does it proficiently.
Yeah, he doesn't show much
97.
emotion, so he's a bit of a hard player to read.
85.
They're the toughest players to play, the ones that you just cannot quite crack mentally.
Yeah, indeed. You know, the ones that are very
100.
animated, then, if you like, can give you good vibes. If they're in a bad place on that board, that you know they let you know,
96.
but they also let you know when they're in a good position as well. So, but you can read players.
Richie Burnett perhaps won.
Well,
59.
what can I say? He could write a book.
Well, this is more like it for Quanny.
140
140 leads himself on a 2-darter after 12. Really beginning to up the level here. But to be fair to Steve, okay, he has the darts in this leg, but he's keeping pace.
100. Chris, you require 84.
Well, 14 was the shot, or the treble. Misses the big number.
44. Steve, you require 100.
So Steve looks at a ton to square up at 2-2. Tops was the play, but not
60.
the execution. And that's the
Require
target that
40.
Quantock wants to the break. And Quantock
Shot on the
gets
fourth leg. Chris
3-1 up
Quantock.
and now has the darts for the match.
Yeah, Quinny's finishing has been
Fifth leg. It's Chris
3
to
out
throw
of 3.
first. Game on.
a big part of his game.
Been a solid all-round performance.
140.
Take out the second leg where it was just a complete off leg. This has been a polished performance so far.
Yeah, I think he fell asleep in the second leg.
125.
But he's definitely woken up now.
81.
Well, he averaged 92 in his previous game against Robbie Long. He's averaging just a shade under that
100.
mark right now. Really beginning to find another level.
40.
And could make him a dangerous contender in Group B if that's where he ends up at the end of the day.
100. $81.
Well, Quinny leaves a 159 there, which isn't a finish, of course.
It was one of them unlucky ones because anything else would have left him
40.
on a finish.
So 80 left.
99. Steve, you require 136.
Covered well. But Steve looking at 136 isn't going to get it to save the match. Quantock looking to wrap up yet another solid display.
60. Chris, you
And he's going to have a
require
look at this 60 for the match. Double top to seal it. Double
Game
top
shot
got. That's a
and the
4
match.
from 4
Chris
display on the
Quantock.
doubling for Chris Quantock. And back-to-back good displays. He's really beginning to find his best level on this Wednesday. And he now finds himself in control of the Group B mix. He's 2 points clear of a heavy legs difference in his favour. That's the tail of the tape from that one. Average is under 90. 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Steve DeBuck, well, he just couldn't quite keep tabs with the Yorkshireman there. Coming up next, Devin Peterson against Romeo Gerbevach.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Saturday night is the ticket, and that floor becomes very much filled here of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, www.dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets to the Live Lounge on Saturday night. Two players that will be looking to put their tickets are in action here, but will have to do so from different directions. Romeo Gervach will have to do it through Group C, whilst Devon Peterson is hoping to do it with a 2-day break in the middle of it. But if he's going to, well, he's going to have to pull off the comeback charge. He's 4 points behind Graham Musher.
First leg, it's Devon to throw first.
Group A table. Loses this one. He'll be 4 behind, 4 points left to play for. It wouldn't be mathematically impossible, but it would be mathematically improbable that he'd make it through. And so he cannot afford a slip up here against Romeo Gervach, who is still searching for that second win.
100.
And for Devon, he's looking for actually his first win of the day. Lost 4-2 to Robbie Long, lost 4-3 to Graham Usher. Is there potentially a part of Graham's mind that could panic in this particular situation, knowing that he had a lead in the group to Graham overnight? You saw it then slip away, he lost the first game, now he finds himself with a deficit. Can that panic mentality kick in?
Yeah, I'm sure it will. You know, if it was me, I'd be thinking, oh, I need to get 54. Things right now. And he's kind of like put the pressure on himself a little bit. And, you know, he's not playing his best darts today. It's a different Devon
66.
to what we seen yesterday and the day before. So, you know, he's going to have to start to get his game together and hope really that other players do him a bit of a favour as well.
Yeah, he's going to need a favour somewhere along the line. Loses this one. He may need 2 favours from Chris Quantock and Romeo Gervach, Graham Usher's final 2 opponents in the group. As for Devon, he finishes off with meetings against Steve DeBuck and Chris Quantock. And Chris Quantock, a better version of himself today as well. That's not a given, granted game for either
76.
Graham or Devon.
You require 97.
Well, treble 18 was a shot there.
57. Romeo, you require 102.
So Romeo got a chance at this 102.
$54. Devon, you require 40.
So Peterson looking at top to take the first leg.
Game shot on the
and
first
to
leg.
get
Devon
himself
Peterson.
up and running.
Second leg, it's Romeo to the
I know
first.
this is very easy to say sat in this seat, but I get the sense Devon could do with something just a little bit comfortable in this game, just to alleviate whatever doubt is in his mind.
He looks a bit dejected. Walking back there from the hockey, he looks
95.
His shoulders are a bit slumped, and he's thinking, what's going wrong? You can see him there, just
81.
mulling everything through his mind.
$85.
We know for a fact that he'll go to the back of the stage, but he is doing it there. He's analysing why Dart 2 and Dart 3 dropped low when the first one looked so inviting for him.
$60.
Could have put that bullseye on a postcard. It was that picture perfect.
Smack bang in the middle, that was.
$54. Romeo, you require 72.
72 required. 52 now. Double 16.
Game
Takes the second leg of the match and equals it all up.
One apiece. And perhaps this is continuing to paint the picture of Devon Peterson's day. But Gervach back on terms.
$140. $55.
For Devon Peterson, he must feel like he's swimming against the tide with a shark chasing him right now.
95. 100.
Yeah, great 180 there from Romeo. All level pegging at the moment.
59.
Cannot split them no matter the metric.
$21.
Well, a disappointing visit after that 180. Devon punishes it.
140.
In zone 67 after 12 to re-establish the lead at 2-1 and to ensure that all of the first 3 legs have gone to throw in this contest.
67.
Another
35.
leaves himself the double upon his return.
24. Devon, you require 32.
So double 16 and plenty of time.
Game shot
But he
on the
needs the
third
one
leg.
dart.
Devon
Peterson moves 2 and up. Not a dart missed at a double in this contest so far.
Fourth leg. It's Romeo to throw first. Game on. $100. $60.
For Romeo, how does he try and dust himself off for this Group A campaign and just try and find a way of going into mode? Do you almost just try and take your mind off it? Maybe just do something in the evening, go out for a bit of food and just kind of relax a little bit?
I think, again, that all depends on the individual, but and all depending which group you're going to be in. Do you mean when the Group A group winner?
So Romeo, if he's finishing today, what do you think he'll probably want to do just to get himself ready again?
I would imagine he'd just chill out, and he's had a lot of practice this week. He probably won't go on the board. He might, but personally, I wouldn't. I've had a lot of practice, and and just get himself ready and
79.
Eat sensibly, get some sleep.
161.
See where he's at.
Doing the right things as Peterson looks to get the break of vote. He's got 6 here from this one, 6-1, to open up a 3-1 advantage in this match. He's going to come back to have a look at the 105 to get the break.
$105. Devon, you require
He's going to be under pressure because Gerbovac has left himself on a 2-darter. May have to go. Isn't going to go. So Gerbovac may just get 1 dart at a double at the end of the 76, but a chance to level up nonetheless.
76.
That's a great first start for double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Gets it with his third dart and levels the match. Now then.
Now then, indeed, because now it gets interesting.
Devon to throw first.
Because Devon Peterson is on the tungsten tightrope. Loses this one, Graham Usher can win the group in the next against Chris Quantock.
100.
And it could be as cut and dry as that.
128.
Great use of the treble 18 target there.
70.
Devon really not happy with
56.
the way things are going at the moment. Throwing underneath the treble again.
60.
Unable to compensate either with dart 2 or 3. And so it's given Romeo an opportunity against the darts here to perhaps take control of this 5th leg.
59.
Well, Romeo probably thinking that, he knows that Devon isn't playing his best.
100.
He knows that Devon's struggling because he can be quite animated about how he's throwing. So
134.
he'll be trying to take some positives from that and to help him improve his own game.
57. Romeo, you require
So Gerbrach 1-2-4 to open up a 3-2 lead. Treble 18 leaves the bull.
99.
Not too far away. A whisker of a wire, the difference. But is that going to be the telling difference? Peterson looking at treble 18. Gets it. Double top.
74.
Just over the bar.
Romeo, you require 25.
Well, opportunity here for Romeo. Double 8. Double 4 now. And finds it with his third dart. And takes the lead by 3 legs to 2.
It is all unravelling for Devon Peterson.
Sixth flag, it's Romeo
just
to the
one
first.
game in the first 2 days. He's on the cusp of 3 defeats on 3 on this Wednesday. And it is advantage Graham Usher here. And it'd be match point Graham Usher if Romeo Gerbrach can pick off one more leg.
$26.
Well, disaster is striking here for Devon.
100.
A perfect day yesterday, and that's saying what a difference a day makes.
100.
How 24 hours could just contrast so drastically. And Gerbrach now hitting the front and hitting for home and hitting everything in sight.
Well, this is what we know he can do, and he hasn't managed to do it yet this week, but
60.
he's
Romeo,
doing
you
it
require
at the most crucial
90.
time.
Well, this is to put Graham Usher onto match point in terms of qualifying through. He's going to come back for double 16. Peterson loitered in the 300s. It's not gone to plan so far today.
32.
And this could be another nail into his Group A coffin. Double 8.
16.
Doesn't go. But he is going to be back.
$65. Romeo, you require 16.
So this to dispatch of Devon Peterson. And to pick up what will be only his second win of the group.
14. Devon, you require 106.
Well, that's been his story, unfortunately, this week. His doubles. And a chance now for Devon. But not now. So just leaves it to set it up.
100. Romeo, you require
And this has got,
2.
you feel, a must for Romeo. And he finds it and takes a 4-2 victory over Devon Peterson. An 80.54 average there for Devon. And 81.03 for Romeo. And that really is disaster for Devon Peterson. And we come back after the break. Graham Usher and Chris Quantock.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Romeo Gerberac got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. This is what we have seen on this Wednesday morning so far. A disastrous day for Devon Peterson, a perfect day thus far for Graham Usher, and that gives him a 4-point lead at the top of the table with 4 points left to play for. For Devon, well, he's going to have to win his last 2 and hope that disaster strikes for the gambler, who's going to have to lose his last 2 to miss out on a spot into finals night straight away. And he can get the job done here against Chris Quantock, but beware of Chris Quantock, who has improved today, and perhaps you can make an argument that he has been the player of the session so far. He's won all 3 of his games. Decent performances as well. Had a 92 backed up by an 89.5, which could have been a little bit more as well. 4 out of 4 on his doubles in his third game. 4 out of 6 on his doubles in his second match. And for Graham Usher, who maybe felt the pinch a little bit against Devon Peterson, then up the levels again against Robbie Long last time out. There's potential both get going to the levels that we've seen from them today. Potentially, Trini, this could be the match of the day.
It could indeed. You say going on their past records for today. Strong players.
57.
For Quantock, a win here would put him on to 18 points. It'd be 2 points. Worst case scenario, it'd be 2 points clear of Robbie Long. But what would actually happen is, because the worst case scenario, if Chris won this game, he would be on
41.
plus 14 legs after this one and could only get to plus 10 worst case. And Robbie Long, even if he won his last 2 matches by a 4 legs to 0 scoreline, would not be able to catch Quantock. So a win here for Quantock, because of his stronghold in terms of legs difference, would automatically qualify him for Group B tomorrow night.
43.
Well worked out, Henry.
140.
The brain occasionally clicks into gear. I say occasionally very loosely too.
100.
Basically, the winner of this game gets what they want. Graham gets the group. Quantock gets tomorrow night.
97. Graham, you require 153.
Well, 153. And it's on. It's not now. But all you can do is leave it handy. And hope that Chris don't take out this 86.
You require 86.
Double 16. It's an early break for Quantock.
Chris Quantock.
He looks really in the groove today.
Well, his finishing has been absolutely brilliant.
Second leg is
today.
Chris to throw first. Game on.
Talking about tomorrow night, wasn't that the
81?
Wasn't that an Usher hit? We might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. I'm just trying to rework my 2009 music knowledge a little bit.
Do you want me to give you a song? No, I won't. It's all right. Don't worry.
96.
Karaoke is banned in this building. Partly my fault.
100. 80. 100. 100.
In fact, it's Pitbull. I got it completely wrong.
You're useless, Henry. For crying out loud.
41. Chris, you require 144.
Don't pick me as a teammate on Mastermind.
100. Graham, you require 139.
44. And Usher's not going to take out the 139, and so Quaddy's got an opportunity here with his 44 to open up a 2-0 lead. And all of a sudden, one of Devon Peterson's prayers could be answered. 2-0 Quantock, and at the moment it's just been too much for Graham Usher.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Quinny continuing his good form today.
81.
Like you say, Graham's not finding it like he did.
127.
Well, those first two there, you could have squeezed into a polo mint.
140.
One thing Chris is very good at is grouping his darts together. I say as he pulls one into the...
66.
I get a feeling that's going to get clipped up.
Marvellous timing.
140.
Right, Christopher. One thing you're very good at is grouping your darts together.
100.
You sort of get the
You
drift.
require 140.
So 140 now for Graham.
100.
Made me look like a white Wally.
140.
That's a
Graham, you
great shot
require
there.
40.
If he gets the chance to return, double 10 for Graham.
30.
And he can't find it.
Chris,
So
you require
Chris got the
68.
opportunity here of going 3 legs to nil up. So tops now.
48. Graham, you
Can't find
require
it, so
10.
Graham, double 5. Finds it with
Gates
his
on the
first
third
start
leg. Graham Usher.
and gets an important leg on the board.
Keeps him in the contest just as his opponent was tapping him
Fourth
on the
leg,
shoulder.
It's Chris to throw first.
Usher
Game on.
limbering up.
$96. $140.
This could well be the quickest game of this group.
96.
Yeah, they've both got some pace to their darts.
57.
Prior to that Alexander Merckx game against Yellow Classen a couple of years ago, Graham Usher actually had the fastest game in the previous venue, which was 5 minutes and 48 seconds. In fact, if I remember rightly, I think he had 3 of the top 5 fastest games. And you can see why. He's quick, he's good, and if you don't take opportunities, he will take it. And Quantock makes no mistake of the 1-2-9. He was given one chance, he takes the chance, he moves 3-1 up, and is now on the cusp of a 4th win from 4 on this Wednesday.
121.
Well, 2 180s back to back in that previous leg from each of them. Some leg
140.
and a cracking finish from Chris. Let's see what Graham can do about it in this
81.
one.
It's fair to say that he's lit up the Blue Touch paper on this Wednesday as Chris Quantock.
95. $96.
Quantock now looking to see the job off, find the
96.
treble with his last, leave himself on the big fish.
$59. Chris, you require 170. $100. Graham, you require 144.
This 144 is a must. You feel that can't be done.
43. Chris, you require 70.
Is there another tryst in this tail? It's double top.
50.
It's a rare.
Graham, you
He
require
started a double for
101.
Chris Quantock today. Double 12. Must get, does
Eggs on the
get.
fifth leg.
Usher hits
Graham
back.
Usher.
Chris Quantock nods his head in appreciation and probably an expectation as
Sixth
well
leg. It's Chris to throw
for
first.
the man from Yorkshire.
Game on.
Has the throw to get the job done.
Well, what a match this is
93.
turning out to be. Backwards and forwards.
60.
Perfect first start.
140.
Finds a second. It would have been criminal if he didn't find a second.
58. 40.
Let's see if Graham can finish that 40. He can indeed.
He.
Magic Max.
95.
Perfect first start. And he's going to leave himself in situ.
137.
But he's got to hope that Quantock hasn't got another
133.
big finish up his sleeve. He's not going to find the 133, so Usher back to take us the distance.
59. Graham, you require 66.
Stake there.
51. Chris, you require 74.
So opportunity now for Chris. Double 16 for the match.
Game shot and the match.
And he takes
Chris
it.
Quantock.
Sneaks it right in the corner. So a 4-2 victory there for Chris Quantock against Graham Usher. 89.9 for Graham and a 93.66 for Chris. And that really puts the cat amongst the pigeons again. So coming up next, Romeo Garbavats against Robbie Long.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Chris Quantop put a spanner in the works for Graham Usher with a 4-2 victory, averaging 93.5, 4 from 8 on his doubles, and another key ton plus finish, that time the 1-2-9. Well, for these two, Robbie Long and Romeo Gerbovac, it means that their intended destinations are going to be Group C, because regardless of what Chris Quantop does in his last game, Robbie Long cannot catch him because of legs difference. The most Robbie obviously can now get to is 18 points. Quantop's already on that mark, but Chris Quantop plus 15 in legs difference. The worst he can get to is plus 11 by losing 4-0 to Devon Peterson. Whereas for Robbie Long, if he won both of his matches by a 4-0 scoreline, the best that he can get to is plus 3 in terms of legs difference. So we will see 2 more meetings between this pair in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. But there's a 10-point gap between the pair on points right now.
140.
Can he feel a little bit hard done by? He's had a couple of 88 averages and he's come up against Chris Quantop and Graham Usher when they hit their straps, then they hit their stride.
Yeah, he's had them at their best point, hasn't he? And yeah, I feel that's you know, it's justified for him to feel a bit unlucky. Yeah, so but see how he gets on in this game. And
95.
You know, this is match practice now.
Getting himself in tip-top shape and a first day on Friday, and that'll be a good start.
First leg, Robbie
well, that's another one he can put to the highlight reel. The 130 goes, is appreciated by his opponent. Long gets the break and moves one up. And that now means every single player today has hit a ton plus checkout.
That's pretty impressive. Is there any more to come?
Well, that's the 9th of the session.
60.
Graham Usher responsible for 3rd, and then Chris Quantop with 2 himself, and then everybody else with 1 apiece.
97.
Devon responsible with the biggest of the day, the 148, which was in a losing
65.
cause against Graham Usher in match number 5.
140.
Well, Robbie playing really well at the moment.
Robbie
I know it's only 1 leg in, but
64.
Some real heavy scoring.
100.
Leaves himself 64, and he'll have several chances at that by the looks of it. I might be wrong.
140.
He'll feel like he's got 6, even though Gerbovac is on the 170, but he will not want to gamble with that prospect. He's not going to gamble the prospect. 12 data followed by 15 data, 111 average of Robbie Long, who moves 2-0 to the good.
3rd leg, it's Romeo to the row first. Game on. $60. 140.
Some super heavy scoring here from Robbie Long.
137.
And a great reply there from Romeo.
100.
He must be in one of them purple patches where he thinks everything he touches turns to gold.
57.
Well, he definitely likes purple. Going by his shirt and his
91.
flights.
Either that or he likes Cadbury's chocolate.
81. Robbie, you require 107.
But whisper that.
$96.
Now, Romeo not on a finish here.
98. Robbie requires 74.
So 74 now for Robbie. So double 16. And takes it with his second dart.
Robbie Long.
And goes into a hefty 3-0 lead.
12, 15, 14.
Fourth flag, it's Robbie to throw first.
For Robbie Long, average just under the 110 mark. And Romeo Gerberach, well, he must feel like he's been thrown from pillar to post in this contest.
60.
Well, we knew Robbie Long was a capable player. He's shown enough over the first 2 days to demonstrate that. But he's finding a level here, which is way in excess of not just what he's shown this week, but what anybody else has shown this week.
57.
Graham Rush had the 102.35 yesterday. But this
59.
This really is a different level of performance.
$60.
Probably not quite finding the trebles in this leg, though.
63.
Looks to be putting it right on this visit.
140. $47.
Well, 6 starts here for 184 to cap off what has been his best display in this building.
45.
It feels like for the first time he's come up dry, and it's put his average underneath the ton mark for pretty much the first time in this match.
134. Robbie, you require 139.
Well, he's already had this finish this week, but he's not going to find it again.
59. Romeo, you require 99.
So Romeo a chance. This 99. Will he go tops? Well, that was the target.
59. Robbie, you require 80.
Hasn't happened, so 80 now for Robbie.
Double top.
40.
And that's the first dart
Romeo,
he's
you
missed at a
require
double. This
40.
is the first dart Romeo Gerberach has had at a double in this game.
Game shot on the fourth
And he
flag.
finds the
Romeo
tops to break
Gerberach.
back.
Fifth flag, it's Romeo to
Robbie
the
Long had
first.
taken
Game on.
that match dart out at tops, he would have won the game in less than 7 minutes.
131. $60. $100.
He's back in the groove.
140. $100.
Oh, Romeo's set himself up for a 170.
96. Romeo, you require 170.
So this for the fish.
145.
He's scared the pull a few times, hasn't he? And he scares it again there.
Well, he will have another opportunity at this 25.
60. Romeo, you require 25.
So double 8 now. Double 4. And he
Game
finds
shot
double
on
4.
the fifth leg. Romeo Gerberach.
And gets his second leg on the board in this match.
Well, suddenly
Sixth
from
flag, it's
3-0
Robbie to throw
up.
first.
Robbie Long's beginning
on.
to see the walls close in on him a little bit. Gerberach bringing it back to 3-2.
40.
And kicking off at just 40 there. He was a dart away from winning a game 4-0 with an average nigh on a ton with 4 out of 4 on the doubles.
121.
But Gerberach has found a second wind and has caught up to the levels of Long. As for the admin, it looks like he's
90, sir.
hit an error 404 here.
$121.
Oh, looks like Romeo was doing a bit of sign language then.
59.
Certainly gives away some expressions. We saw him crying in his mother's tongue in his previous match. Or in his mother's...
140.
In his mother tongue. Sorry.
I know what you meant, Henry. Don't worry, love. Don't worry.
126. Romeo,
119.
119.
For Romeo to take us all the way. 20 for tops. He's got time on his side.
55.
So Robbie was looking to put the pressure on, and he certainly has there.
64.
But will he have a chance? So 64 now. Drops his dart. So double 16 for Romeo to take it all the way.
48. Robbie, you require 44.
So, to finally get the job done, 44. Double 16. He's got. Well, that was a good performance of Robbie Long. The first three-leg burst was absolutely spectacular. Average was around about a ton as he had his first match start. He allowed Romeo Gurbac back into the match, but he sees the job off by 4 legs to 2. This the tail of the tape, an average of 93 in the end. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. The only dart he did miss was for the match. He had the 130 checkout as well. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to see Steve DeBuck take on Devin Peterson.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Anyone who's going to try and attempt to loot Littler again, my money's on this man.
Here comes Jaden Walker.
180!
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taking back! It's Angry Jay!
For a 2-0 lead, who saw this coming?
Gage on the second leg!
Oh! Me and you have a problem. A serious problem. I am the 3 times champion of the world.
What a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get...
And I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it!
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
All mouth. It's all mouth. When he says champion, remember that's BDO. All right. You don't want to throw that in. BDO.
There is a chance, but it's not to be. The winners, Angry Ginge and Jaden Walker win it 3-2.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker!
So, back on the 11th of May, the return of the Modus Super Series Influence event. There's some big names involved, but quite literally big when Jimmy Van Schie's involved. Robert Thornton, John Henderson and Peter Achuri amongst the names involved. And the 12-year-old sensation that is Jaden Walker will be returning too. That's the 11th of May, and it is exclusively live on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom and across associated territories. But back here on the live lounge on this Wednesday afternoon, Robbie Long with an average of 93, opening 3 legs of 12, 15 and 14, dispatching a Romeo Gerbevach by 4 legs to 2. And so now it's down to Devon Peterson. If he beats Steve DeBuck, then the race for Group A goes down to the final round of fiction. But if Steve can win this contest, then it is over. Graham Usher will pick up the glory in Group A. He'll get a couple of days off, and he can get ready for yet another Saturday night appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Devon, he's still searching for that first win of the day. Steve's already got one against Romeo Gerbevach.
140.
But Devon must try and take some confidence, at least, from the fact that Graham Usher lost last time out, and he's still got a chance.
Well, he starts off well, Devon.
95. 55.
Well, that's the part of the problem, hasn't it, been for Devon? He's had visits like that today. He's had good moments, but unlike the previous 2 days where perhaps his strength has been his consistency, he just hasn't been able to back it up on Wednesday, has he?
No, it's been a totally different day for Devon today.
167. 60. Devon, you require 132.
If he hits this 132, it might settle him a little bit. So it's still on. Treble 19 for the bullseye.
107.
Oh, and misses by the smallest of
107
fractions.
Clipped by a coat of paint.
59. Devon, you require
Peterson looking to paint the
25.
picture in this opening leg by pinning double 8. Shovels across. But cannot get. And so DeBuck
Steve,
comes
you
back looking at
require
48 to take leg 1.
So double 16.
16.
Can't
Devon,
manage
you
to sneak it
require
through there.
16.
So another chance for Devon. Finds it with his
on the
first start.
leg, Devon Peterson.
And gets the first leg of the match on the board.
Second
Breaker
leg,
foe
it's
for
Devon
the
to
South
the
African.
first.
Just looking for that
Game
one
on.
win. And who knows what that could lead to. Usher's going to take on Gerbovach in his final match of the group.
121.
Peterson takes on Chris Collins. Actually looking to complete the card. Looking to go 5 and 5 today. And because of the race to win Group A, that's kind of gone under the radar a little bit.
100.
Yeah, Quinny's had a good, solid day today.
55. $57.
That's a Steve. A win here would see him off the route to the table.
60.
See him leapfrog Romeo Gerbovach, who takes on Graham Usher in game 13 of the session.
60. $97. $28. 60. 140. Devon, you require 108.
So 108 for Devon. Can't be done now.
28. Steve, you require 116. 100. Devon, you require 80.
Tops.
40.
Does not go.
Steve, you require 16.
Double 8. Double 4.
No score.
But slips into the
Devon,
13.
you require 40.
So another opportunity for Devon for tops. Oh, it's right in the wire. Can he pinch that in?
20.
He can't find it.
Steve, you require 16.
Giving Steve an opening here on double 8 to level up.
No score.
But that's not the first
Devon,
time
you
today that on
require
that
20.
target he slipped low. And so Peterson looking at double 10 to double up.
Game shot on the
And
second
double up
leg,
he
Devon
will.
Peterson.
Peterson 2 to the good. It's not been his best performance, not by a long stretch. Today hasn't quite been his best
Third
day.
leg, it's Steve to throw
If
first.
he can win this
Game
4-0,
on.
just opens up that little seed of doubt for Graham Usher.
100.
And if he can win this by a 2-leg scoreline, he would be level on legs difference with Graham going into the final round of fixtures. The only problem that Devon's got is
41.
in terms of legs 1, he would find himself at a deficit. It could go down to the third determining factor, of course.
85. $64.
Well, eventually finds the treble with his last dart.
60. $100. 60. 140.
Good ton 40 there from Devon. Leaving himself on a finish.
100. Devon, you require 156.
156 is not on offer for Peterson here. So Steve here looking at 96 to bring the gap back down to 2-1. He's got 2 in his hand here at double 18. Now 2 9s.
87. Devon, you require
10
76.
darts at a double in this game, is Steve DeBuck.
For Thompson, for Devon to take a 3-0 lead, and he does so.
Third leg, Devon Peterson.
Well, it's not his best performance, as we've mentioned, but if he can win this game, he gives himself a real opportunity. Just ask the question of Graham Usher, and if he fluff his lines against Romeo Gerbovac, it puts him in position. But the problem he's got is he's got perhaps the form horse today in Chris Quantock. Whom he must be feeling just one more win somewhere else in this week. He would have found himself in the race to win the group.
Then fine margins again.
100. 57. 100. 60. 41.
Clearly a frustrated Devon Peterson at the moment.
140.
And Steve puts in a nice 140 there to leave himself 64.
He's just looking, isn't he? Just to get that elusive leg on the board. Peterson, he's just looking to bolt the door shot here.
135.
135 leaves himself on 65 to buck back to extend the game furthermore. He's missed 10 darts at a double. He's now made it 11. This could be curtains for him in this game because Peterson, well, that's a perfectly laid bullseye, but he didn't want that. And so it's only going to be one in his hand, a double 4.
61.
And it does not go.
Steve, you require 32.
Double 16. For Steve. One left. And he can't find it.
Devon, you require
can't find
4.
it.
And so Peterson here to complete the job, looks at double 2 to complete a 4-0 win. He beats Steve DeBuck to 0 and he keeps his floating copes alive. But it relies on Romeo Gerbovac doing him a favour in the next. He has to beat Graham Usher to give him a chance before he then takes on Chris Quantock in match 14. But for Graham Usher, he can get the job done if he beats the Croatian on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of Steve de Buck by 4-0. That rounded off the fourth cycle of games on this Wednesday afternoon. 3 more to go. Gerberach, Usher, Peterson, Quantock, Long against de Buck. And this is how the table looks going into it. Graham Usher with a 2-point lead, just needs to beat Romeo in his last game to go through. But if he fails to do so, Devon Peterson will be hot on his heels and would have the opportunity to win the group at his expense against Quantock in Game 14. As for Chris, he's guaranteed qualification through to Group B because of his prolific legs difference over Robbie Long. And so let's get into the crux of the action now as Gerberach and Usher go head-to-head in Game 13 of 15. And for the gambler, an opportunity in which to win the group at this particular juncture. Success against Gerberach will mean that he can have a couple of days off, and the next thing he'll be preparing for is another Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Romeo, I don't quite know how to categorise his game, categorise his day. Beat Devon Peterson 4-2, improved against Robbie Long last time out.
Game on.
But for Graham Usher, he lost to Chris Quantock last time out. I suppose he's just going to have to try and dust himself down as quickly as possible.
100.
Well, going on Romeo's day today,
140.
Graham would expect to win this. However, saying that, it's been quite an eventful day, so you never know what's going to happen. Romeo's played some good darts
85.
today.
I suppose the key is just piecing it all together, isn't it?
41. 43.
'So Gerberach leaving himself on 1-3-3 to
105.
take out the opening leg, and it's going to be under pressure. Usher's left himself on 1-2-1. He's going to get a look at it, and so far today, Usher's had 3 ton plus checkouts. The 1-1-3, the 1-1-6, the 1-0-1. So he's going to add the 1-2-1 to the collection. He's going to get a poke at the bull. He's not going to get the bull.
Romeo, you require 40.
So that gives Romeo a chance at tops. Double 10. Takes the second leg. Takes the first leg with his second dart.
He'd love to have a 2-leg lead, but it's just the one at the minute. Mind you, it wasn't quite like at the Pro Tour the other day where Ryan Searle hit
140.
9 darts in the opening leg of the match, and the referee got a little bit too far ahead and said game shot of the match to Ryan Searle in leg 1 of the contest.
Well, it's chuffed a bit.
140. 140. 66.
There was that infamous incident at the seniors where Leonard Gates went off for an advert break, but it was actually the end of the match. He'd beaten Paul Hogan. He'd walked off stage without shaking Paul Hogan's hand. Paul Hogan didn't quite know what was going on. Leonard thought, oh no, we're coming out for another break after this. He thought it was an advert break. He'd actually won the game.
127. Romeo, you require 161.
So the treble 17 now for the bullseye. Oh, and he takes it out. What a cracking shot there. A 161.
Third leg, it's Romeo
2
to throw
legs
first.
to 0 up against Graham Usher.
Can you give me the lottery numbers for tonight, Trina?
121.
You predicted this.
I'd keep them to myself if I knew them.
100.
I only need 1 million.
140.
I only need 1 million and you'll never need to see me again.
100. 140.
This is a really good performance. This is a special performance of Romeo Gerbevach, averaging 110.76.
100.
And for Graham
Romeo,
Usher,
you
just when it looked like
100.
he was all but the winner of this group, suddenly the tide is turning.
60. 123.
So,
Romeo, you
an
require
opportunity
40.
now. Romeo to go 3-0 up.
24. Graham, you
Not to be
require
this time.
78.
Well, Usher's only had one dart. The ball's on the back of the
on the third
1-2-1.
leg.
He takes
Graham
his
Usher.
first dart at the outer ring. And he brings it back to 2-1. High quality contest this. 14 darts for
flag,
Usher.
it's Graham to
Averages
throw
of 101 for
Game on.
Romeo. Graham Usher averaging 106 as we cross the third leg.
125. 177.
Super darts here from Romeo.
108.
And he follows it up.
1,500 for the series. But we're not going to get the first 9 darts of the series.
140.
But Romeo Gerbevach here. Must be thinking, where has this come from? Where have you been?
140.
But Graham Usher here is following up in kind, and from 2-0 down is on the cusp of levelling up at 2-2. He's found a burst of his own. What a game. What a contest. And what a response from Graham Usher. 14 and a 12 to level up at 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Romeo to throw first.
Averages at the moment, 110 for Graham, 105 for Romeo. Amazing stuff.
125. 43.
Spectacular numbers. Spectacular contests.
41. 83. 140. 100. 55.
Well, Romeo is on a finish. Let's see what damage Graham can do here.
100.
Oh, and it's the maximum damage.
Romeo, you require 140.
Just when he thought he might get a little bit of breathing space in this leg, Graham Usher comes back
Graham,
with
you
his second
require
180 of the
95.
contest. He leaves himself 95 to open up a 3-2 lead. It's double top.
75.
But it's not there.
Romeo,
Much
you
to his
require
frustration.
62.
It's a chance for Romeo again. Another 15, leaving double 16, and he takes it.
Fifth leg. Romeo
Goes into the lead. 3-2.
Well, it's being played in a good spirit.
It's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Graham appreciating the good darts from his Croat opponent. Well, it's appreciating it, but not appreciating it, if you get where I'm coming from. It's appreciating how well he's playing. He's not appreciating the factors against him.
42. 60. 100. 108.
Well, the pressure really being put on here by Graham, and it's a must-win leg for him.
100.
Tops after 12 to take us to a last leg decider.
140. Graham, you require 40.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Use those
sixth leg.
first two
Graham
darts
Usher.
beautifully to cushion in with the last. 6 legs in 9 minutes. It's been quick, it's been good. And we go to the last. And this is a crucial leg for Graham Usher. Wins this leg, he wins the group. If not, Devon Peterson's out to bat next against Chris
61.
Quantock.
30.
Oh no, that's the worst time for a visit like that. It's been a quality contest.
21.
For the nerves of creep in as we go towards the last. The quality has been replaced with shredded nerves.
41. 99. 140. 60.
Can Graham find another? He can't. And so Romeo Gerbovac here has got 6 darts and 260 to put a spanner in the works.
100.
Finds a treble with the last.
A crucial dart there by Romeo.
41.
And Graham
Romeo,
can't find a treble.
160.
So Romeo, a shot at this.
63. Graham, you require 149.
Well, that would have been some way to shield his progression through to
97.
Saturday's final. He may not even get a look at the 52. Depends on what Gerbovac does here. Double top to win what has been the game of the week. Usher's averaging in excess of a ton. And he's going to get a chance because Gerbovac has pulled it low into the double 15. Graham Usher probably didn't expect this opportunity. But it's 2 darts at tops. And he's missed chances. But because Gerbovac went low, he has to go back to the start. He's going to get one more. Double 12 doesn't go.
Graham, you require
Graham
20.
Usher has 3 darts in his hand to go through. It's double 5.
15.
Incredible.
Last dart doesn't count.
Wow, what a game.
Romeo, you require 24.
And the last dart doesn't count. It wasn't thrown properly in the eyes of the referee. Gerbovac has 3 in his hand. It's double 6. It's 1 left.
18. Graham, you require 5.
Wow, how tense is this? Double 2. And he finds it.
Graham Usher.
And takes the victory. What a game that was. A tentative final leg, but eventually gets over the line. The 4-3 victory, and that assures his place in Group A as the champion. 89.51 to Romeo. Graham, 94.51. Coming up next, Devon Peterson, Chris Quantock.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Port. So it's the Modus Super Series. So before the break, we saw Graham Usher cross the finishing line, beating Romeo Gurpovac by 4 legs to 3 to confirm his place through to Saturday's final as the winner of Group A. Match 14 sees Chris Quantock and Devon Peterson go head-to-head. Peterson, who have done all the good work that he put in on Monday and Tuesday by getting off to a slow start. Lost his first 3 games before beating Steve DeBuck 4-0 in
First
match
leg,
12.
Devon
But for Chris Quantock, well,
Game on.
he has been the player of the day. And if he wins this match, he would have completed the card on this Wednesday morning. And he will go into Group B on Thursday and Friday night with optimism abound.
93.
Yeah, tough group to go into, but you know, if he plays the way he's been playing to date,
60.
then he's got every chance for Saturday.
60.
For Devon, that's a picture that we've seen a fair few times today.
100.
That picture of frustration after a first dart doesn't go where he would have intended it to.
100. 60.
I suppose the big question is, because of the way that Devon's body language has been at times, the frustration that he's
41.
let out, he's kind of having to find a way tonight just to, you'd imagine, probably forget about today and just go again tomorrow night with a clean slated Group B.
He has to, because if he thinks too much about
85.
how he's performed today, then it could affect. You know, he's got to wipe it clean.
57.
And move
Devon,
on
you
from
require
there.
96.
So, but Devon being the analyst person that he is. 99 now.
78. Chris, you require 150.
I'm sure he'll go back and analyse everything.
Be interesting to hear from
58. Devon,
Devon maybe before
18.
play gets underway tomorrow night to see how he's thinking. Will he be thinking positively after that? The double 9 goes to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $140. $91.
Well, covers well on the 17s there.
$22.
Poor visit there from Chris. So can Devon punish it?
140.
And he does.
$100.
For Quantock, it's been a very positive day. He's got what he needed out of Wednesday. That's a position in Group D on Thursday and Friday night, which we'll be watching here with you from 10 p.m. on Pluto TV.
59.
And to Devon, well, it's the opposite side of the coin. He came into Wednesday with lofty ambitions. He sat at the perch at the top of the group going into
26.
Proceedings at 9:30. But a slow start has whittled away any opportunity that he had of winning the group. It's now in Graham Usher's grasp and will be hearing from Graham at the end of the day's action. Quantock 62 to level up at 1 apiece.
60. Chris, you require 62.
So treble 10 finds that. So double 16.
Game
Takes it with his second dart. And it's 1-1.
Back on level terms.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
And this would be kind of the story of Devon's day. Looked like he was getting off to a positive start of such in this match to be pegged back by Quantock. And now the man from York is looking to make a push.
$60. $58. $125.
Well, does well with his first 2 trebles. And then a bit of a flyaway dart with his last.
$100.
Well, Tunley's Devon on a finish. And he's going to get a couple of looks
41. Devon, you require 156
to re-establish his lead in this contest. It's not going to go with the first 3.
37.
I would have felt like he should have left it more handy than 119. Perhaps leaving the door ajar for Quantock if he can find a couple of trebles. And a couple of trebles located to leave himself on a 2-darter.
Well, finds a treble 20, so tops now.
79. Chris, you require
Can't be
79.
found, so 79 for Chris. 66 left. Should be 16. Double 9.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that's how his finishing has been today. Goes 2 legs to a 1-up.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw
first. It's been really
first.
solid all day, the finishing. Apart from the first match where he was disappointed, the fact he missed 10 against Romeo Gurvach. But after that, 4 from 6 in his game against Robbie Long. 4 from 4 against Steve DeBuck. And then 4 from 8, 50% in his 4-2 win against Graham Usher. So when he's been given opportunities, he has by and large taken them.
140.
2 for 2 in this game. And Devon Peterson, a familiar feeling back against the wall for him.
135. 100. 140.
Can Devon find another?
83.
Knows the answer.
Chris
It's a
require
Kortok here.
140.
6 darts away from a 2-leg buffer. And he's going to need the full quote. He's going to leave himself on double 10 after just 12 darts in this leg.
$100. Chris, you require 20.
Double 10 then. Double 5.
15.
Can't find
Devon,
it this
you
time,
require
so
78.
Devon with the opportunity, this 78. Finds the 54. So double 12
Game shot
and
at full
takes
flag.
it.
Devon Peterson.
We have an all-square game.
14 darter that for Devon Peterson to get the
Fifth
break
flag,
back
it's
off of
Devon to throw
Kortok,
first. Game on.
who knew he had a big opportunity to open up a big lead there, and he's passed the opportunity by.
123.
And Peterson now looking to severely punish him for that fact.
96. 100. 60. 140. 140. Devon, you require 138.
Treble 18. Well, he's decided to stay there.
98.
But what he has done is he's left himself on top side of the job. The quality really is
44.
coming
Devon,
up
you
to the boil
require
here as we
40.
approach the concluding stages.
Game shot on the
That's a
fifth flag.
13 on the
Devon
back of a
Peterson.
14 in the previous. Peterson 3-2 up from 2-1 down. And Kortok, who
Sixth flag. It's Chris to
missed
throw
3
first.
opportunities to open
Game
up a
on.
2-leg lead, now finds himself behind and now finds himself throwing to stay in it.
60. 41. 58. 140.
Oh, that's a nice find there by Devon Peterson.
140.
Chris follows it up.
Well, that's the first start that Devon's been striving for all week, which is why there's a wry smile on his face as dart 2 and dart 3 they drag below the target. Kortok would like another. Doesn't get
96.
another. Leaves himself on a finish, but he leaves himself on a biggie. Peterson would love a 2-treble turn here. Any trouble will do. Finds it with the last.
Chris require 147.
A treble 17.
87. Devon, you require 120.
Well, this would be some way to bring home his group. It's been a day of disappointment, but double top to finish with somewhat of a high
100.
does not go,
Chris
and so
requires
Kortok
60.
will return looking at 60 to wrap it up. And wrap up leg 6 he will to take us all the way. 3-3, Peterson with the darts to win it.
7 from final leg. It's Devon to throw first.
Well, these two so involved in
Game
the
on.
action they forgot to fist bump. That is how in the zone they are.
Well, it's not a written
60.
rule, but it's considered polite.
I can promise you there's absolutely no malice whatsoever. I think they were so
41.
locked in that they just completely forgot that that was what we were meant to be doing.
Totally agree. There's no malice there at all. They all get on very well.
85.
I think it's impossible for Devon Peterson to find enemies anyway.
135.
I have to say, he is a lovable character, isn't he?
140.
Even when he's in the mire, he still has that smile on his face. But that smile might be wiped off. Courtesy of that Max, it's left quad top first to a finish. Doing so after just 9 darts.
140.
But the pressure's put on there by Devon. So 145 won't go this time.
41.
Well, for Devon Peterson, it was a start to the day which let him down. 3 defeats and 3 cost him a chance of winning Group A. But he's responded with 2 wins towards the post, and he denies Chris Quantock a card, completing day in the last leg. Well, he knows there's still more to be had, Devon Peterson, and he'll be hoping to find those levels in his Group B campaign on Thursday and Friday. But those numbers, much more like it. Average 91.5, decent doubling. A final game of the group sees Robbie Long take on Steve DeBuck.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's time for the final game in this Group A, and it is a meeting between Robbie Long and Steve DeBuck. Before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of Chris Quantock by a 4-3 scoreline. That is second win of the day, but the damage for him in terms of winning the group, well, that was done with his opening 3 defeats. It's Robbie Long and Steve DeBuck to finish off our Group A campaign.
First leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Game on.
It's going to be Robbie Long to get us underway. Both these two will be plying their trade in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. So perhaps an opportunity to
96.
Get one over one another, maybe strike a blow on one another before the action gets underway tomorrow afternoon, and just leave an endemic mark ahead of the battles that will be ahead on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
59.
Steve can come off the foot of the table with a win here. Robbie can't move up or down in the league.
40.
They will stay he'll stay as he is, regardless of the outcome of this contest.
59.
But I think Robbie will go into Group C with a lot of confidence he can get out of it, especially when you consider some of the performances that he has put in, particularly today.
Yeah, I think he'll be pleased with his performance all week, to be fair. But it's a class. He has got stronger as the week's gone on. His game's improved, so
95.
The action will get underway in Group C tomorrow afternoon. 1 o'clock we will go live to air here on Pluto
45.
TV. Live to air, free to air by downloading the Pluto TV app, available via the App Store of your smartphone, your TV device.
100.
And smart device, stream now, pay never with Pluto TV.
81. Robbie, you require
Robbie Long here
92.
looking at 92 to take out the opening leg. 1, 2,
Game shot on the
gone.
first leg. Robbie
Leg
Long.
1 to Robbie Long.
super darts there from Robbie.
Second leg.
2
It's Steve
double
to throw
18s.
first. Game on.
To knock that one out.
To get the first chalk on the board.
60.
The damage for Robbie is really done in the legs difference department. Chris Quantock kept his defeats tight and won his
60.
games big on Monday and Tuesday, which is why he was given a cushion when he was able to then have a really good Wednesday.
41.
So we know now, Graham Usher, the winner of Group A, Devon Peterson and Chris Quantock, they're both going to be in Group B. Robbie Long, Romeo Gerber and Steve DeBuck will be in Group C. These are the players that will be joining us as the week comes to a culmination. Group C, Johnny Haynes, James Wilson, and ADC qualifier Richard McKee. In Group B, Jim McEwen, Paul Hogan, and Andreas Harrison. Good luck picking 3 from that particular 5.
36.
Yeah, that's going to be some competition, that. Great quality there.
108.
Steve DeBuck puts in a 180 to leave himself on 80.
$92. Steve, you require 80.
So this to level up a 1-all. Just 6 darts from here. May only need the 3. Does only need the 3.
On the second leg, Steve DeBuck.
They're all level, 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Game on. $100. 57. 100. 125.
Well, recovers well there with his last start. Picking out another treble 20.
83. 60.
Well, he had the treble surrounded, but he couldn't find a way in. But he has got a sizable lead in
60.
this third leg. There's Robbie Long.
$100.
Picks out the treble 20 with his last start. Did well there.
60.
Seemed to
Robbie
be
require 116.
covered. So can he get this 116 out? Needs a treble 20 now. Can't find it.
40.
Should get at least a dart upon his return. What pressure can Steve put on? Needs a treble here. Finds a treble with his last dart to leave himself on a finish. And so, to re-establish the lead at 2-1. It's only going to be one dart. It's not going to be anything. He's busted it.
Stevie require 150.
Incredible. And Steve went for 3 bullseyes there.
56. Robbie requires 76.
I promise you that dart was for the bull. Robbie looking at 76 to re-establish the lead. Had to go 16 there after what happened last time.
Game shot on the third
And then
leg.
fires
Robbie
home
Long.
the tops beautifully to lead 2-1.
Yeah, made the right choice there.
Fourth leg. It's Steve to
Not
throw
risking
first.
it again. Going for
Game on.
another 20. Decides to take the 16. 4 tops. And it paid off.
100.
Sense and sensibility for Robbie Long.
45. 91. 140. 60. 59.
Yeah, had to head down for cover there. You could see with the overhead angle that the treble 20 was blocked. Steve looking to find a way over the top, but unable to do so.
Well, a maximum here would
140.
put him in good stead, but he's still favourite to win this leg.
95. Robbie, you require 117.
So 117. Treble 18.
57. Steve, you require 95.
So Steve looking at 95 to level up at 2-2. To 25 first, was unable to get. And so Robbie Long here, 2 darts for 2 leg leads. And he then have the darts to seal the match. Double top is the target.
20.
The double top is not got.
Steve, you require 40.
So a chance for Steve to level up. And he does so with his first start. So it's 2-2.
Back where we started, now a best of 3.
Game on. $41. 57. 100. 60. 60.
He put a locator treble with it, either of his first 2 visits, and so Robbie Long here on throw's got an opportunity to really make hay while the sun shines.
57.
But both players just coming up dry in the treble department.
100.
So Robbie starting on the 19s here.
59. 77. 100.
Robbie leaves himself a finish. 144. So let's see what Steve leaves himself.
81. Robbie, you require 144.
So 2 treble 20s and double 12 would be perfect. Not to be this time.
Steve, you require 126.
So Steve to open up a 3-2 lead. Look at a 1-2-6. Look at the treble here. Would have given him a dart at the bull. Isn't going to go. And so Long will come back looking at 86 to open up a 3-2 lead in this match. May just be a dart at the bull. Middle of the diddle. Does not solve the riddle.
47. Steve requires 68.
So double 16.
36. Robbie, you require 39.
And a failure to get that gives Robbie the opportunity to come back for 39, come back for double 16, to open up a 3-2 lead, but he cannot
23.
get.
Steve, you require 32.
Opportunity here for Steve to break the throw, and he does
Steve
so. Goes 3-2 ahead.
Has pinched the pockets of Robbie Long in that leg,
Six
and
flag.
now
It's
has
Steve
the darts to
first. Game on.
confirm a 4-2 win, which actually confirm him off the bottom of the group. We'll put him on to 6 points. It would mean Romeo Gerbovac would have the wooden spoon.
30. 100. 81. 97.
Steve's picked up the pace here, hasn't he?
26.
Well, loose starts there from Robbie. And Steve put the pressure on, and he does so indeed. Hitting a maximum. Leaving himself 43.
58.
So
Steve, you
could win it
43.
from here.
Well, this would be some way to round off his Group A campaign. Double 16.
11.
Just clips off the barrel, but diverts the other side.
$60. Steve, you require 32.
Double 16. And now double 8. To round it off for Steve DeBuck, who beats Robbie Long by 4 legs to 2 to finalise Group A. And it means that he is going to claw off the bottom of the group. For Robbie, he's going to be in Group C. But it's Graham Usher who is the winner of Group A, having picked up 24 points from his 15 games to clear Devon Peterson. Reaction and analysis to come on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth has come to a close. Before the break, we saw Steve DeBuck get the better of Robbie Long by 4-2, but it was a group that was won by Graham Usher in the end. 24 points was enough for him to taste success. For Devon Peterson, well, today was a bit of a disaster. He lost his first three, and that was ultimately what put pay to his hopes of making it through. So that is how the league table looks. Trina Gulliver is alongside me here in the studio to analyse everything that we have seen today. And for Graham Usher, it was job done, and job done nicely.
Yeah, job done. And yeah, it was a bit tentative at times. And Devon really didn't play his game like he had done yesterday, and really gave him the opportunity there.
And it was that game, really, wasn't it, in Game 5, which was the key difference. Graham with a couple of really big ton-plus checkouts. Devon actually led this game 2-0, but it was the 113 here, which was then backed up by the 116 in the leg thereafter to make it 2-2. And it just felt like at that point the game really swung in Graham's direction. Yeah,
it did. And, I mean, he had the bit of tentative games as well towards the end of the day. But, it's... that made all the difference, that game. I think that was going to be the telltale game of the day.
We're having a look at that 116 here. When you're in that scenario and you're in Devon's shoes, you're 2-0 up and you look quite comfortable in the game, and then your opponent hits two big finishes back-to-back like that. Psychologically, how hard is it to pick yourself up off the floor?
I'd say especially the way Devon's played today, is, you know, if he was playing better than he was today, it might not have bothered him too much, but because he was them two legs ahead and then he's drawn level and he knows that he's not playing the best that he can, it might have rattled him a little bit. It's crucial. Do you get that sense sometimes as a player of, oh no, here we go again potentially? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you know, it's, especially if you're not on your game, you overthink it a bit more as well, sort of thing. So, yeah, and with Devon not being as good as he was yesterday, I'm sure little doubts crept in.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket, and this makes for good reading for Graham Usher, the winner of Group A. And so this is how the rest of the week's going to break down. Group C, we're going to see tomorrow afternoon Robbie Long, Steve DeBuck, Romeo Gervach, Johnny Haynes, James Wilson, Richard McKee. But I think everybody's eyes instantly draw to Group B, where Devon Peterson and Chris Quantock joined two former champions in Jim McHugh and Andreas Harrison. Paul Hogan's won 2 weekly titles here. You look at that Group B tomorrow night, Trina, and it just looks like quality everywhere you go.
It does, and it's a bit scary actually looking at that. You know, I mean, Chris has done well to get into that group, and but he's got his hands full with all that, and so has Devon. Obviously, it's just a great group.
It really is a great line. I want to talk about Chris a little bit because today was such a better day for him. He was within a leg of completing the card, winning 5 out of 5 matches. What do you think was the key difference for Chris today?
I think he had an all-round game today. You know, his scoring was good, his finishing was excellent. And he's played very well all day.
Well, we're seeing him here against Graham Usher, and this was the moment which really could have rocked things for Graham Usher. This 1-2-9 to put him 3-1 up, and this really was a touch of class, wasn't it?
It was absolutely perfect, and you know, great quality, and that's what he's been doing all day. He's been finishing when he needed to.
If he can carry on playing like that in Group B, how good a chance does he have of getting out of it?
I think he's got a very good chance. He's got the match practice this week as well, which always helps, I think. So, you know, and you've got the others coming in that may be a little bit cold, and they'll take a little bit getting used to as well. Even though they may have been here before, you know, you still get used to it and that. And but I think he's in good stead to make a few surprises, maybe.
Talking about players that could spring a few surprises, Steve DeBuck down the bottom end of the league. He's now had 3 days in Group A. Is he now in a good position now he's settled into proceedings to really attack Group C on Thursday and Friday?
Well, he's got every chance, you know. He hasn't had a good week. He hasn't, but he's got match practice underneath his belt, and it's all starts from scratch again now. So anything can happen, and it's, you know, if he gets his game going straight from the off and continues it all the way through, then he's got a good chance.
Then Romeo Gervach, will he be feeling disappointed, particularly because he's come back here off the back of winning a weekly title in the last series? He probably went into this week with plenty of optimism. Is he going to have to pick himself up from a very deflated position, do you think?
He is, but we all know he can do it. You know, he's been here before, and we know how he can play. And he showed elements of it today with some great finishing and scoring as well. And he's just had a bad week. But again, it starts all over again, and anything can happen. He's got every opportunity of being there on Saturday night.
And of course, Group C is always there to play for. I want to have a little bit of a preview tomorrow night in that group. We spoke a little bit about it, but you look at some of the calibre going in. Andreas Harrison, of course, recently picked up the Double Trouble free title. Jim McEwen, a former champion. When you're in a group like that, where you just know there is class everywhere, do you naturally feel as if you have to raise your game to that level?
There's no room for error. That's it. That's basically it. That's what you've got. That's how you've got to think. You know, if you're given an opportunity, given a chance, you must take it. There's no second chances there.
And of course, as you mentioned as well, there's no second chance because everyone's had their free roll this week in Group A. If you don't get through the B or the C, you're gone.
That's it, exactly that. And you know, everybody will have to be on their game and at that top form to get through on that group.
Well, Trina, it's been an absolute pleasure. Really enjoyed your company over the last few days. Hopefully we'll do it all again soon. Right, that is it from us here at the Live Lounge. Plenty coming up, though, across Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series dedicated channel. Coming up in a few moments' time, the story of Fallon Sherrick, the trailblazer who became the first ever female player to win a match at the World Darts Championship. And that's followed by a Ted Everett's tungsten talk, whoever the schedules are. Very, very cruel people. The live darts continues and resumes from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And it's going to be a very intriguing group. As you can see, James Wilson in your picture. The first time we're going to see him at the Live Lounge in 2025. We're looking forward to seeing him in action. And then Saturday from 7:30, we will see the finals of Week 8 to see who's going to join a Champions Week, which is littered with opportunity for somebody. That is 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night here on Pluto TV's dedicated Modus Super Series channel. But that is pretty much it from us here on this Wednesday afternoon, where Graham Usher played his cards and he played them right. Good game, good game. We shall see you tomorrow afternoon. Bye from us.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
required
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George